Hello out there in YouTube land. Welcome back to the Caldera. This is our 7th session, I think. We're going to get back into shooting bad guys and taking names and collecting bounties and all that kind of good stuff. Before we get started, I'm just going to give a little bit of a rundown, recap first, for those of you who may be tuning in for the first time. If you are tuning in for the first time, go back and watch the other videos. I know it's time-consuming, but it'll be well worth your while. But if you're coming back to us after taking a break or something, one of you guys is running the second video. Hang on a second. Okay, that was me. Sorry, guys. I had the feedback going in my my ear there. Okay, so if you are tuning back into us having taken a break or something, we'll go into a little bit of a recap about what happened last time. The posse met a little bit of an unfriendly greeting whenever they rolled into Scattergun Flats by a female halfling named Jubilee Highhorse. The exchange didn't go so well, and two of the posse, Zahn and Mad Dog, ended up a little bit on the wrong side of the law in her eyes, and she arrested them. After a little bit of a scuffle, the two were apprehended and taken into custody. Come to find out that she was actually an inquisitor working directly for the Duke himself, Duke Catamine X. But they were not in there long, luckily. They had a benefactor who came and talked their way out of prison. Somewhat, we'll call it forcibly diplomatic. A gentleman by the name of Curtis Caldwell, who had sent them the telegram informing them that he had a job for all of the group from the Angels of the Gallows. And then there was a little bit of side banter where Iskander and Varian had gone to get some new duds. They spoke with an elven tailor that lives in Scattergun Flats. Scattergun Flats itself, a little strange whenever they arrived. They were told that they could not take any silver into the town, and anything silver that they had on them, including coin, was confiscated whenever they got off the train. And were told that they would get it back whenever they went to go leave the town. So after the group was reunited and the two were gotten from the jailhouse, Curtis Caldwell led you to his abode, a nice little ranch called the Sea Bar Ranch outside of town, where you met his wife and had a lovely dinner, although it was a little tense at points. After she then excused herself, you gentlemen stepped aside into the study and kind of spoke business a little bit. Come to find out that he wants you to track down an item called the Shield of Saint Pimard, which is apparently some holy relic from the past, and is tucked away in an abandoned mining town by the name of Salvation. And it's some distance away in a canyon to the north called the Dragon Maw. I believe that the shield itself is rumored to be locked away in a place called the Cathedral of the Bridled Sun. So that is where you guys are kind of at. You were gathering up supplies and things like that in town, getting ready to set out on the trail. So that part of the flavor is done, the recap. I also did want to go ahead and give a warning. This is a game with adults in it. There's adult language that's used sometimes. Sometimes the subject matter gets a little mature. So if that kind of thing bothers you, then please see yourself out. Thank you very much for watching thus far. We don't want to offend. So Eli is not playing currently, but he is one of our regular players. He has a channel of his own where he runs a game. Derek and I both are players in it. I put the link down in the bottom in the description. Check that out if you get some time. And this game gets a lot of its flavor from a graphic novel called The Sixth Gun. It's a incredibly well-written, well-drawn series of comic books. I highly recommend it. If this is your bag of tea, go check it out. Other than that, I think we're ready to probably do introductions. We should have 2 characters hopefully joining us midstream here at some point. But if you guys want to go ahead and do intros, unless I've missed anything else, then we'll go ahead and get started. Iskander, if you want to go ahead and tell the people hello.
Hello. My character is Iskander, but he pretends to be Skull the bounty hunter, so he will probably be called Skull most of the time. He is just trying to amass wealth and power so that he can go back east and become a mage baron.
Excellent. Zahn, you want to take us out?
I'm playing Zandrius Ladrius, who is a mage baron from back east, or at least his father was. Not quite, but but close, at least in his eyes. And he is headed west to expand his horizons and escape some family strife.
And Padre?
My name is Derek. I'm playing Padre Estevez, the group's spiritual leader, as I like to say, even though not all of the characters care to go for that. But Padre's trying to save the souls of his companions and all those in the Caldera, and he views traveling with the angels to be the best way to do that.
Excellent, all around. Thank you, guys. And the 2 that hopefully will be joining us will be Mad Dog, the halfling smuggler, and then Virian, the strange from the east bat riding ranger with a killer sniper rifle. So yeah, unless you guys can think of anything else, then I think we're ready to get started. Everybody good? All right. Let's rock and roll. All right. So, you guys are in Scattergun Flats, and you have been preparing for a very lengthy journey. Your patron told you that it was about 275 miles one way. So it's going to take you about 8 days of horseback travel. And that's just the one direction. So it'll be, at least a 16-day trek. So you're definitely getting, a couple of extra pack animals and securing all kinds of, rations and making sure that you've got, tents and things like that.
We're going to need some trail hands.
Yeah, you can absolutely hire some people to help you out. Let me see what that kind of thing would run you.
Are they going to wear red shirts?
There you go.
Is there any way I could recruit some novices from the local chapel of the Luzite faith?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion.
I always have to look up what that is.
As far as hiring people to go with you on the trail.
I rolled a 1. So
Apparently
one
not.
Go.
Apparently not. They're either,
with my modifier to 3, but I rolled a 1.
So there were people that said, as much as that sounds wonderful, we really just cannot spare the manpower right now. There's too much work that needs to be done here in Scattergun Flats. So if you want to hire someone to go with you out onto the trail, if you want them to be skilled, such as somebody that can saddle the horses and things of that nature, then that's going to be 2 gold pieces per day. If you want to hire somebody who's just somebody who can fetch water and gather firewood and things like that, that's untrained, would be 2 silver pieces per day.
I'll take 2 of each.
Okay.
Preferably one of the skilled being a cook.
Yeah, absolutely, you can find that. He's kind of an old, crotchety, stereotypical cookie.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
He drives a meal train.
Everything he packs is beans. That's all he brings is beans.
And whiskey. Don't forget the whiskey.
Yes.
Yeah, bean and whiskey soup, my favorite. So I want to send a telegram. I want to do that not now, 8 days ago. So I'm going to go at me, but you're not saying anything.
Yeah, my dog was barking, so I was muting the mic. Yeah, you can absolutely send a telegram to Smiling Jack.
All right, so I'm going to send a telegram to Smiling Jack. I'm going to say, because of my recent fortune, and that I've been hearing that he's down on his luck, and he's always been a good friend, that I would like to give him a chance to get, a little bit more experience in the field, since, he's lacking, and say that I've got a job that it pays a little bit more than normal, so I wouldn't mind giving him maybe 1/10 of the shares, and just barely being a dick to him, because that's how our friendship is.
Is there any way Padre Esteves would see you dictating that telegram? Because he would commend you on being such a good friend.
No, he would definitely go do this by himself.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, that'll cost you 3 gold to send that out. Yeah, the person writing it down is nodding along as you're saying it, and kind of gives you a raised eyebrow just a little bit, but says yes, sir, and gives you your cost and does the exchange, and then he goes over to the telegraph and wire and starts tapping it out.
All right, cool. I assume I probably won't get a response for a while, so I'll just, if I get a response, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, it's all a matter of when they can actually get it into his hands, and then when he makes it back to the thing, kind of deal. Okay, I got what you said there, Brian, about the coin expenditure. Hello, Michael.
Hey.
Go ahead, Derek. What'd you say?
Well, at the end of last session, I was bored yesterday, so I watched it again. We were getting everything we would need, like tents and stuff. Did someone write all that down and what it cost?
Excuse me. No, I don't believe so.
I did not write that down.
I marked the provisions were 50 gold pieces from last session, but I don't know if that was all-inclusive or if that was just food or what that was.
Yeah. I was wondering, like, if we have to go through one by one, or if you could just say that's standard traveling equipment.
No, yeah. Like, for the most part, like, unless there's anything specific that you guys are wanting to make sure that you have with you, really the most expensive part, and we actually didn't end up doing this. All the horses that you guys brought back from bringing down Renier, the Elf Eater, I don't think I ever actually gave you guys coin for how many horses that you turned in, because you would have sold the majority of those, I would imagine. And so what we'll do is we'll just say that you have some extra padding your bank accounts or your belt pouches, if you will, and since you had to get a few extra pack horses and then horses for the people that you would have hired to go out, then we'll just kind of call that square, and then we'll say that each one of you has an extra 50 gold pieces.
Sounds good. Well, in that case, before we leave, I'm going to go get my silver.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they don't give you any trouble getting that back at all. Jubilee, takes it out of the little box that she gathered things up into and hands it back to you, and says, "I guess you're leaving Scattergun Flats, huh?"
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Good. Hopefully, your group doesn't get into any more trouble. She kind of gives you a knowing look.
Luz knows that I have trouble with them sometimes, but may the Lord watch over Scattergun Flats while I'm gone.
She says, "Yes, absolutely, and may He watch over you and the troublemakers you travel with."
We are trying to work on them, my daughter. Peace be with you.
And with you, Padre.
See, people can get through this without kissing her on the cheek.
Mike,
I'm not entirely certain that's a thing.
Mike, I just bought her a drink.
There you go. Is there anything that Mad Dog wants to accomplish before you guys hit the trail?
The only thing that he was doing was trying to get in contact with his contact, and he was going to be getting something like a casket or pine box or something like that, I think.
Okay. That's going to take a few days because it's going to have to be built and then sent on the train. Is that something that you want to wait around for before you guys head out? Or do you want to leave it here in town?
We have to come back through here to catch the train for delivery, yeah?
Yeah, more than likely.
So it's just, I don't have to wait for it. It can be waiting for me.
Okay, yeah. And, yeah, you'll arrange, somebody that's got, extra barn space or whatever. Or the undertaker here in town, can,
Okay.
Once it comes in, he can just hold on to it for you until you need it. Okay, excellent. So yeah, you guys get all the provisions laid out that you need. Like I said, it's going to be a long journey. It's about 8 days one way. And then you set out into the wild country. You're going to be heading north by kind of northeast a little bit. I'll bring up the map real quick here.
Jeremy, does my good friend get back in contact?
Yes, yeah. It takes a little while, probably a couple of hours, but yeah, you definitely get a reply, and it actually just says, "Kiss my scrawny ass," and you're not really sure what they were trying to accomplish with the little symbol at the end, but you think that it might have been, early stage emoji for a smiling face.
That's impressive for Morse code.
It is, yeah. That's why it didn't really turn out 100%, but you get the impression that that's kind of his what he was getting at. So everybody, can y'all see the map? Map.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm the map. Anyways, so yeah, you guys are Scattergun Flats here, and you're kind of on top of a mesa, which is what this hill here kind of represents. So you guys are going to be pretty much heading out this direction, where you'll catch a switchback down the side that'll bring you back down to the Caldera floor, more or less. And so you guys will be heading out across pretty rough terrain into the Dragon's Maw Canyon, which is what this thing here is. And from what you're told, Salvation is back here. So it will take you quite a bit of trek through this canyon to get here. And there was a river that used to run through here. It has since, it's not dried up entirely, but it's no more than like a creek now. So you'll have water and stuff along the way, but it's not going to be like a raging river or anything. right. So, you guys set out from Scattergun Flats. It's not nearly as much of a big departure as you've kind of gotten from Wayward Gallows before whenever you've set out. Most of the people don't seem to really care as much. But there is some that notice your passing, since there are probably close to a dozen of you once you get all of the added help and the horses and all the gear and stuff that you're taking with you. And you ride on out. So yeah, is there anything that you guys would like to do for the first day or two as you're riding on the trails?
Read my books.
Proselytize to the people we hired.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, there were
Avoid
four
that.
of them. I think there were 4 of them. So let's see if you've got any takers, Padre. Okay. Apparently, the 4 of them are either already religious sorts or are very convinced by your evangelical nature and are seem like they're coming around.
Padre takes this as a sign that Luz is blessing this travel.
There you go. Okay. Yeah, so the travel goes relatively uneventfully. You guys are starting off in the name of the territory, or the Indians that, sorry, not Indians, Durathians, that kind of hold the area where Scattergun Flats is, are called the Kiyohe. And they're kind of known for having adopted the ways of the white man a little bit more than some of the rest of the tribes. And so it's pretty easygoing throughout their territory. There's not a whole lot of worry about, roving war bands or anything like that getting attacked. Most of them are a little more living on the fringes of the Eastern society, and some of them have taken to drinking and things of that nature. But you will be traveling through Takinawatan territory, which is not quite as safe, wholesale. And then you will get into Onipaho land whenever you get more into the canyon. They're a much smaller tribe, and nobody really knows a whole lot about them. But
Can I say, sorry, this is a little retroactive,
Sure.
sorry. Could I have bought some Luz prayer books and stuff to pass out to tribesmen that we come across?
Yeah, absolutely. The printing press was invented not all that long ago, so that is definitely something that you can do a lot easier than used to. So I don't know how much a book would usually cost. Let me see if I can find something equivalent in the handbook here. But I would imagine it would probably be something like $1 a piece or something. I don't imagine it would be super cheap to print books, but something
But
like
if
the Bible.
he was going out to hand out Bibles, wouldn't the church just give them to him?
That's possible. It's a matter of how many they have to spare, kind of thing, because they would have to buy replacements and whatnot.
Do you want to roll something to see if they had how many?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll me. We'll call it a D6 minus 1. We'll see how many extras they got.
I rolled a 5, so they have 4 apparently.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, they have 4 of them, and they will go ahead and give those to you.
Great.
For free. So since they have enough for what they feel is their potential congregation, they'll let you take the remainder. Okay. So if you guys would like, we can do something similar to the last time that we traveled. where we go in turn and give a little bit of a story about your character's background, something that may have happened to them before, or something that they may feel the need to share with their companions as they travel the trail with them. Nobody has to, but if you would like to, please feel free to do so in turn. Or not.
Thinking.
Okay, sure. Would anybody like to go first, if anybody wants to go at all?
Okay. So back when Skull was just starting out, he actually worked with Smiling Jack somewhat regularly, and actually thought that Smiling Jack was his friend. And about a year into working with Smiling Jack, Smiling Jack ended up needing a fall man for. They were supposed to go in and rescue this mayor's daughter, and in the heat of the rescue, which was mostly gunfire, she was wounded badly enough that she ended up getting gangrene and losing her arm. And they, Smiling Jack said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of this." And when they got into town, Smiling Jack threw Skull under the bus, said that he was everywhere and he accidentally hit her and it's all his fault. And because of that, he didn't get any reward, and he spent 2 weeks in jail.
Fantastic. It was great. Anybody else want to go?
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, Mad Dog had a similar situation where it was actually what I was thinking was pretty similar to what you were saying. That he had a partner in his smuggling days that ended up kind of double crossing him. They set up at the drop off where a sheriff was actually there and ended up picking up Mad Dog and the supplies that they were trying to smuggle. So he's had trouble kind of trusting people when it comes to grouping up for a job like that. So since we're doing something like that as a group now, he's kind of hesitant with because he can't be in control of everything when it comes to the job. But so he's kind of been trying to feel everybody up to see how they're going to be able to handle the situation.
Excellent, thank you. Any other of the two of you would like to add, or?
The Padre kind of talks about how he ended up west, and he talks about how he's a lot like he was now back east and trying to convert people. And one day, the leaders of the church came to him and said, "You've been doing such a good job of trying to convert people that we're going to send you west, where more souls need to be saved." And so that's why they sent him. And so he doesn't share this part because he doesn't know this, but they really sent him west is because he was really getting on people's nerves with his always trying to be the best cleric that he can, and so they just wanted him gone.
Fantastic. And Zahn, do you have something you would have shared over the couple of days that you guys will be out?
Most of the noteworthy, story-worthy events of Zahn's life have occurred after coming west. And not in a griping sense, but more in a trying to understand this place from you that have been here much longer. He kind of would have looked to rehash some of the events that have gone on, being refused at the hotel and, being arrested for magic and just having like a total and complete lack of understanding with regards to how the events could have possibly transpired. And then, kind of going through that, he will mentions that more for Eagle River's perspective, just his time with their shared people when he was growing up. He doesn't know much about the culture, but he spent a few months, a few years living amongst his mother's family, and just how drastically different the East version of that experience and the West version of that experience has been.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. All four of you can have a point of inspiration. It's a good deal. So yeah, you guys get to know one another a little bit better as you're traveling together. What you're choosing to share, at least. But again, you're out in the wild country, for over a week, for over 2 weeks, before you'll probably be back to civilization again. And you know that more than likely you're headed into yet another situation where your lives might be laid on the line, and that these people are going to be the ones that are going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with you when that life is on the line, and that they are going to be doing the same thing. So there's a little bit of trust that gets extended, maybe not as much as you would with dear friends such as Smiling Jack or others, but yeah, you kind of get to know one another and feel a little more comfortable. Some of you have been riding together for long enough that you may already be at that stage even before you got to Scattered and Flats. But you head out, and the country it's not quite what I would call bleak, but it's fairly desolate. Kind of what you see in a lot of Western movies. It's scrublands and little tiny bushes that can't get very big because there's just not enough water out here. You're surrounded by mountains in cliff faces, off in the distance, kind of hazed a little bit because of how far away they are, almost that purple mountain, if you will. But it's quaint, it's tranquil out here, and it's pretty much just the sound of your hooves, your horse's hooves, beating the dirt beneath you as you're riding out.
Jeremy froze up on me. Did he freeze up on everyone?
Yeah, he's all frozen.
Yep.
It was apparently too tranquil.
He's just really caught up in the majesty.
His laptop just restarted itself, so he's booting back in.
So it was majestic and beautiful, and the mountains were purple, and there were rain clouds really, really far away. We kind of wish they were here because it's hot and dry. There's little tiny little bushes, and there's little tiny little lizards. And we see a couple owls. Good, nice owls. They're out during the day, which is weird because
They're day owls.
they're day owls.
Are they the burrowing in the ground type, or the burrowing in the cactus type?
They're burrowing in the ground. But we do see some of those hawks that climb on top of each other. As they're on top of the cactus, just chilling, looking for things to eat. We see a roadrunner. They're not as fast as we thought they were, but they're
And a
pretty
coyote? I hope there's a coyote chasing the roadrunner.
There is. It's kind of a weird, though, because we could have sworn it wasn't using its front legs for running at all.
Was he on his cell phone ordering Acme products?
He was holding a sign that said, ouch.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It was very peculiar. But,
Mike's on Mike.
Is there?
it's raining hail right now, I guess.
You guys there?
Yeah.
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 Jeremy.
Okay, I'm on my phone in the interim while I get back signed back into my stupid machine here.
Don't
That's
worry
okay.
about it, Jeremy. We're just talking
We're
about the
sightseeing.
local wildlife.
Yeah, we're sightseeing.
Good deal. Thank you guys.
Is there any prickly pear?
There is, and we even eat some, and they're pretty good.
So yeah, the journey goes relatively smooth. It's there's not a whole lot to it, and after several days, you get to the point where you can definitely see the Dragon's Maw Canyon up ahead. It's kind of unmistakable on your horizon. Oh, as you're journeying, in the sights that you're seeing, one of the things that does set Caldera apart from a normal Western setting is that there are ruins and stuff all about that you wouldn't normally see in the Wild West. Ancient stonework and things like that that point to a civilization, long lost. One of the things that you ride through is actually a giant ancient aqueduct. And I'll get a picture shared up here in just a minute, with any luck. But yeah, the Dragon's Maw kind of looms in the distance. We'll say, about probably the fourth or fifth day. You guys still hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Good deal. All right. Should be getting back in here proper here in just a second. So, yes, join. Good Lord.
Good
All right,
lose.
hang on from here. Good loose, indeed.
Welcome
Okay.
back.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeremy, I put a picture of some ruins in the chat, but I think because you just logged in, you won't see it, so I'm going to put it again.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And get my little fancy dancy overlay here. Put it back up. There we go. Come on, Bessie, you can do it. I have faith in you. It may be misplaced, but I have faith in you.
The Padre gives you a silent prayer.
Thank you very much, because he'll probably need it. I will probably need it. What's going on here? It's trying to open the windows that it bailed on before whenever it closed out, so it's apparently hurting its brain trying to get that done. Okay, hopefully that puts us back in business. We'll get a picture shared up to you fine people here. Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's the kind of thing that you saw as you rode through. We'll go back to chat, see what's going on over there. Okay. So yeah, So you're out on the trail for several days, and you see Dragon Maw Canyon kind of looming in the distance. Is there anything that you guys want to take care of before you get into the canyon itself?
As we're traveling, I would like to be observing closely the various wildlife that's unique to this region for change purposes later.
Okay. Yeah, you see several different kinds of birds as you're kind of traveling. Small things like chipmunks.
Chipmunks out in the desert?
Once you're before you get off the plane or the mesa, probably.
Ground dogs? Or wait, what are they called? Prairie dogs.
Prairie dogs.
Prairie dogs.
Yeah, there you go. Even some prairie dogs.
Some day owls.
Yeah, when you weren't here, we were looking at day owls, and there was a roadrunner and a coyote.
Absolutely.
Those stacking birds, they stack on top of each other. I don't know if you know about them, but they're pretty cool.
I've never heard of that. That sounds interesting.
I'll go find a picture.
Fantastic. When one of the times that we were in at Philmont in New Mexico, there were chipmunks there, and that's pretty deserty. We were kind of higher up in the mountains, but they're definitely there, and they are spoiled rotten. So yeah, you see all kinds of little critters here and there. Nothing really that you would describe as scary or that you might emulate in battle necessarily.
No, yeah, for sure. Just even just snakes and whatnot, things that are native to the region that are not native to where I'm from.
Yeah, you definitely see no shortage of that kind of stuff. So you spend, several nights. Any time that you guys stop for the night, I would imagine you probably have a campfire because even though you are out of winter, it does still get very cold here at night. We'll say at least one of the days it probably rains on you pretty good. So you'll use the fire to help dry your clothes out and whatnot. So yeah, you enter the Dragon's Maw. And the canyon walls have closed in, not to the point where you're worried about ambush or anything like that. It's a pretty large canyon, but it definitely feels a little more claustrophobic than the open prairie, to say the least. But you travel on anyways, and it's really funny. The picture of the hawks.
Yeah, there's not enough room in the desert for them to land, so they adapted that they land on top of each other. They usually don't go any more than 3, but yeah, they'll land on top of each other and just chill.
Nature is a crazy-ass thing, dude. There's some weird stuff out there. Okay. So,
Oh, they're Harris Hawks. I was wrong.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There's a wiki link. So you press on towards salvation, and you guys have been in the canyon now for several days. Again, unless there's something particular you guys want to take care of before that point. You've been in the canyon for several days. Luckily, it's a lot more virulent here. You can tell that the rainfall definitely gathers here a lot more. Again, there's not a whole lot to speak of as far as the river goes, but there is at least a fresh source of water. But it keeps it a little more lively here than out in the open prairie as well. And you notice at certain places where it narrows, your voices kind of echo a bit more and things of that nature. The canyon rises up a good distance. Your guess is probably at least 1,000 feet or so on average on either side. So you definitely are down in a gully. And you make your way upwards and continuing north. And then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it actually turns a little bit more back west.
It does.
Up here. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you spot something that kind of gives those of you who are paying attention, at least, a little bit of pause. You see a rider approaching.
The Padre will ride out front to greet the newcomer.
Okay. Make me perception rolls. Padre, since you're kind of riding out front, you can be at advantage.
I got a 12.
Okay.
24.
Okay.
The 22.
Excellent.
And 21.
All right. Okay, so everybody except for Iskander.
Who was too busy reading.
Yes, absolutely. That's a good explanation of that. Notices, as you get a little bit closer, that there's something strange about the way that this person is writing. And as you get a little closer, you realize that they are unconscious and appear to be lashed into their saddle. Probably, to make sure that they don't fall out. But their head is actually chin on the chest, bobbing back and forth as the horse is riding closer towards you.
Can I get close enough to see if I can grab the other horse's bridle, I guess? And
make me an animal handling.
15.
Excellent. That's perfect. So yeah, you kind of hold your hand out a little bit and kind of try to do your best to soothe the beast as it's kind of riding towards you, and it does kind of ride up right next to you, and you reach out and are able to grab a hold of the reins near the side of its head. The individual riding on the horse's back appears as thus. She is a female elf, and
I hope all those words are on her jacket.
Yes, they are, and you recognize these as points of the tenets of Luz. But she does look like she has seen some recent trouble. Her clothes are stained with blood. Her face it looks like she has old scars as well, but some of them are probably going to be new scars. She's unconscious, and she has certainly tied herself to the saddle horn and kind of tied the reins to her hands. And you can tell that she's kind of in a bad way. The first time that you kind of reach out and touch her face or whatever, you can feel that she's running a very high fever. And elves are pretty pale, but she looks like really pale, like troublesome pale.
How far back is everyone else?
I would say probably within 100 yards. I wouldn't figure you'd probably ride out that much further ahead.
Well, I mean, at this point, I'll notice that you're doing something, and I'll go head over and take a look too.
Okay, good. Instead of calling for them because it seems they're too far, I'll just immediately start getting her out and laid onto the ground.
Okay. So yeah, those of you ahead, or those of you behind, had definitely seen Estevez dismounting as he's kind of taken control of the reins. Is dismounting and is starting to untie her from the saddle and get her out of the saddle and put her onto the ground. About the time that he gets her situated on the ground, the rest of you have easily come up, have caught up with him.
Okay.
They're gonna find me standing over her saying a prayer, which is actually me casting Cure Wounds.
Okay. Excellent.
would like to do two things. First, I want to clean away all the blood with prestidigitation, just to get all the blood off of her, so that the wounds can be inspected more cleanly. And then, will I notice her fever? Like, do I know anything about people being sick enough to notice that she was sick without touching her?
Are you proficient in medicine, by any chance?
Nope.
Then probably not.
All right, then
A lot of that kind of stuff is not real common knowledge.
I'll ask the father what's wrong with her.
She is sick. Is that helpful?
Nope.
She looks like she got beat, doesn't she?
There's all manner of things that have happened to her. Yeah, she's got stuff that looks like bruising. She's got cuts and scrapes. Some of it looks like it could have been a wild animal, possibly. There are what looks like possible bite marks, things of that nature. Anybody who would like to can roll a medicine check. Proficient with it or not.
Does she have saddleback and stuff? Can I do like a search check instead? See what she's got?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to conjure a handful and then pass the Padre a couple of good berries for her.
Excellent.
Question. Do I add my wisdom to this check, or is it just a die roll?
If medicine cues off of wisdom, then yes, you do add your wisdom bonus. I believe it does.
Does.
Yes, it is wisdom.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see it.
I got a 10 on my roll for that.
Okay.
I have an 18.
Excellent. Okay.
What is search under
now? Search.
Perception.
Perception. Or investigation. Either one would be okay in this instance.
Then I did investigation and got a 22.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Iskander is helping Padre as he's kind of trying to make her comfortable and look her over and administer the healing, and as well as the good berries and things like that. And Iskander actually notices that a couple of the bites look like they may have been from humans, or at least a humanoid styled mouth. So it doesn't look very pleasant. And you have heard rumors of certain tribes of Durathians that are cannibalistic. But you don't know that they really necessarily eat people while they're still living. At least you hope not. But the healing seems to have closed most of her wounds and has stopped the immediate danger on her life.
What? Sorry, I haven't cast the cure wounds yet. If I was given good berries,
Sure.
I don't know what good berry does. So.
I conjured that mainly for the food effect of it. It isn't much in the way of healing.
It's 1 point of healing per berry, and it gives you sustenance for 24 hours.
Yep.
Okay. Well then hold on. Let me roll to heal to see how much she got healed.
Sure.
Yeah, I figured beat up, she could use some nourishment to shake off the wounding.
Okay, so I did cure wounds, and she got 8 hit points back.
Excellent. Okay. Yes. So between the good berries and your healing, like I said, the wounds definitely seem to have closed up, and she does not seem to be in any immediate danger anymore.
So by now I know she has a fever, right?
However, yes, the fever is still rampant, and she is still unconscious.
Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to take a piece of cloth, get it wet, shoot it with ray of frost, and then put it on her forehead.
Excellent. Excellent.
Awesome.
I'm going to pop one of the remaining good berries myself and offer around to anybody else who's interested. There are 7 remaining.
Delicious.
Excellent. Yes, probably several of the trail hands will take you up on it too if it's offered to them. As far as what you guys find when you're looking through her stuff, you actually find quite a few things that are interesting. You hold on a second. Find my printout here. You see that you gather from her belongings that her name is apparently Mother Alma. And I'm actually going to go ahead and say that, Padre, you've actually heard of this woman before. That she is a wandering missionary who not only is a member of the devoted who spreads Luz's good word through the Caldera, but that she is known for actually being decently proficient at kicking ass if she needs to. And she definitely has some weapons about her person and her saddle. In addition, she has a small leather Bible that she keeps in the breast pocket of her jacket. She has a pendant on the end of a necklace that she wears around her neck. And then amongst her other belongings, which are pretty mundane, there's a very nice-looking canteen, as well as what you see is a bunch of empty glass bottles. So I will share with you some pictures. Maybe.
While you're getting those pictures up, detect magic.
Okay. The Bible, the pendant, and the canteen, all glow with an aura of magic.
Did we find paperwork for said magic items on her?
You found one for the canteen. And the canteen looks thus. If hopefully you guys can see that. Maybe?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, cool. It's just not showing it on my screen. So yes, she has paperwork for the canteen. The empty bottles do not appear to be magical. They just appear to be normal glass.
Does the paperwork say what the canteen is capable of?
It does, actually. Those are the examples of the bottles. The canteen, apparently, and Padre Estevez, I'll say that you likewise have heard of this item. This is called the Canteen of Father Emmanuel de la Izquierdanza. It is an beautifully embossed leather canteen, and the drinking vessel has a carved wooden stopper and a long strap to be slung over a shoulder for carrying. The style of decoration on the outside strongly implies that Castilian hands made this. Apparently what this canteen does is it functions as a normal drinking vessel, but it is magically capable of carrying both a full volume of whatever is poured into it and a full volume of holy water at the same time. By default, the canteen opens to reveal the mundane contents. However, if a Luzite prayer is spoken with a hand upon the stopper, the holy water within is revealed instead. Even if one liquid is drained completely from the canteen, the other portion of liquid is undisturbed.
The Padre would gather those things in a little pile for the woman for when she wakes up.
Excellent.
Jeremy, I included some Arcana checks over there. Obviously, you can ignore the canteen one.
Sure. Yeah, no, and all of those are perfectly high enough to be able to identify this stuff. Let me see if I can work on getting the other pictures up here. The necklace. Let's see if that goes. That's showing up?
Yeah.
Cool. The necklace is this is very much kind of a more of what you would see whenever you see a Luzite symbol. It is crucifix, but it's not supposed to be a cross. It's supposed to be a sword. So this is a pretty common kind of thing that people wear. But this one is a little special in that it's an amulet that's formed of silver, which again is kind of typical for Luzites, but this particular one has 4 small blue stones set in it. And even for non-believers, this could be a very fetching treasure, as it's likely worth quite a bit. However, with a little bit of time spent inspecting it, Iskander could inform you, if he wishes, that this necklace grants its wearer resistance against all necrotic damage.
Is there another word or an explanation what I would know necrotic means in game terms?
Trying to think of a good way to put that in character. I don't know how familiar your character would be with things like undead or fiends and things of that nature, but it's basically negativity, I guess, would be a good way to... Negative energy would probably be a good way to put it.
Well, that's fine. There's positive energy and positive energy heals and negative energy hurts.
Yeah, there you go.
Did he say that? Because if he did, would Padre Estevez understand that it means
I would say that.
Mechanically necrotic damage?
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
Would
easily understood.
Would that might trigger something and make him think that maybe we're dealing with something undead is where the bite marks on the woman came from?
I would say that is a reasonable conclusion.
Okay.
And last but not least, this is what the small Bible that she's carrying in her breast pocket looks like. The small leather book has seen a lot of handling, from its worn cover and dog-eared gold leaf pages to the tarnished appearance of its metal clasp. There is no doubt that this has spent quite some time in the possession of somebody that frequented the writings held within. The faded stamp on the front tells you that this is a Luzite holy book, if Padre Estevez did not say that himself. And again, studying it, you discover that once per long rest, this book gives its possessor the ability to choose to take no damage from any one attack that hits her or him.
That's some mighty faith.
Yeah, it's funny because whenever you mention something similar, about doing something similar, Derek, I already had this done and written up. So I was like, well, we'll have to see.
I like that.
So, great minds and all that.
Unfortunately, it does not belong to me.
We shall see.
Well, since she was bitten by a ghoul, is going to turn into a ghoul and try and murder us. Don't worry, you can have it.
We shall see.
Of course, that's not what Skull thinks. Skull just thinks that she's got some kinks.
Well, once Skull talks about the pendant and what it's for, then the Padre will say, I wonder if some evil undead fiend has bitten the good mother.
You get the impression that salvation is not that far away ahead of you.
As in the town or as in the concept?
Yes. Keeping her out here is probably not the best. She probably needs someplace a little more sheltered.
Then the Padre will wave for the cookie on the chuck wagon to come forward so they can get her on the wagon.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, they'll clear some things out, move some things aside, and make some room to place her in there. You feel a lot safer about her being in there as opposed to laid out on the ground.
I'm going to give my horse to somebody else and keep applying ray of frost on things and putting them on her head to keep her cold.
Okay. She doesn't respond much, but with each application of the cold compress, she does kind of seem to breathe a little easier. So you get the impression that even though she may not be conscious, that somewhere, wherever her mind might be, that it does bring her some ease.
Well, good. Then I'm going to keep doing that.
Excellent. And what's next, then, for the group?
The Padre will suggest that they get her to medical attention as soon as possible. So
I ask him if he is not medical attention.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the medical attention here.
well,
So we'll start setting up camp while you medically attend to her.
okay. I was confused because I was thinking that I mean, it didn't bring her out of her stupor, so it didn't seem like it was anything I could do to do that.
Yeah, but I don't know that.
Well, just like some kind of medical check or something, maybe. Instead of just magics.
Okay. I mean, Jeremy, I want to know what Padre Estevez would know. Would he be able to tell if it's something that he can do, or if it's something else that someone else more powerful than him needs to do?
Or time.
Your guess is that either she's going to need somebody who is trained more in medical arts, or somebody who has more powerful magic than you, to fully heal her. You, again, seem to have gotten her away from the brink of death, that you're fairly certain she was probably hours, maybe a day away from. But that she is definitely not out of the woods, so to speak.
So, what would I know if lesser restoration could bring her out of? Let me see what that does. Because it cures it of a disease, right?
I don't know.
It cures blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. So I don't know if that'll help.
Roll me a religion check.
$14.
Okay. Yeah. You're fairly certain that there is a spell called Remove Curse, and you're fairly certain that that would probably do it. It is a third level spell, so it's not one I think you have access to yet, but you might.
I do not yet. Okay. So then I will say we must go on to salvation. I can. This woman needs more than I can give at the moment.
Okay. So are you guys, in fact, pressing on to salvation, or are you setting up camp here?
Let's go to salvation.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
Okay. So yeah, once you guys have her loaded up into the chuck wagon and have her horse secured, probably tied to the back of the chuck wagon, something along that nature, you guys turn and head further deeper into the canyon towards salvation. You guys ride on for several more hours, and just as it's probably, I don't know, we'll say about an hour away from sundown, you see the town of Salvation coming up in front of you. Hang on just one second. Behold the town of Salvation, or at least what once was Salvation. There is a sign posted on the outside of town as you arrive that does say, "Go away." And beneath it, although it's not in the picture, there is a sign that said at one point, "Welcome to salvation," although the message has been changed by somebody's hand. The "welcome to" has been scratched out, and underneath of salvation, somebody has added their own commentary. It says, "is a lie."
I'm going to suggest we pull out a ways and make camp as opposed to camping in town.
Okay, I didn't remember. Was this the name of the ghost town?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so I was thinking this was a populated place. Sorry.
You see nothing more than tumbleweeds passing through the streets of Salvation.
Well, that was my bad. I probably wouldn't have said we go there if I had remembered that. So.
Not a problem. So yeah, if you guys would rather make camp a ways out, then you can do so. There are plenty of buildings in Salvation that look like, even though they're deteriorated, that they at least have a full roof over them. And it does look like the weather may turn, almost ominously, if you will.
Shelter is still shelter, especially with a storm coming in.
Okay. Sorry. I'll wait till after we get shelter.
Is there one building that looks especially more not going to fall down than the others?
Yeah, probably the jailhouse. It's typically constructed out of stone as opposed to wood, and things like that. At least on three sides of it, would say it's probably stone. And worst comes to worst, you could, if you really, really felt vulnerable or whatever, you could probably put yourselves inside the cells for the evening.
That actually doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Anyway.
What's that, Mad Dog?
He feels more comfortable in the cell anyway.
Some of the best night's sleep he's ever gotten.
Sorry, we found a jail?
Yeah.
Are there keys to the cell inside the building?
Roll me an investigation.
Investigation. $18.
Okay. Yeah. You actually find you kind of find a surface rust covered ring of keys, kind of in a rotten out desk. You kind of break the drawer on it, and you find them inside.
Hey, Jeremy, if I use the mending cantrip, will that make them not rusted?
Yeah, I don't know if that normally works like that, but I'm cool with it doing so, at least in this instance. So yeah.
Cool. Are the jail cells all rusted over? Can I make them also not all rusted?
Yeah, it'll take you some time. I think prestidigitation does a little bit of, mending.
Yeah,
mending. I think mending does like a certain square footage or whatever. So yeah, it would probably take you. I don't know. Is that a cantrip or is that an actual leveled spell?
It's a cantrip. I'm looking up what it does.
So all it would take is probably just time.
I too will spend a dozen or so rounds shoring up the building. Hinges on doors and the wood at the door. Just things that help secure the building itself.
Sure.
Jeremy, I'm reading it, and it says one object, so long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension.
Okay. So yeah, we'll say that it's effectively a foot or a square foot at a time, kind of thing. But you guys, again, just with time alone, you're not going to have any issue getting the whole thing done. So yeah, you start, especially because there's more than one of you attending it. You can start at the areas that you feel are more either more rusted or that are more just had a brain fart, can't think of the word. more key elements, if you will.
Right.
So the hinges and the lock and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, so it'll take you guys probably close to an hour or so to get it all done.
While they're doing that, I'm going to be praying over Mother Alma, and actually I'm going to be channeling divinity.
Okay.
To heal her 20 hit points.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah.
Just to try to bring her out of, like, I know I can't cure whatever is afflicting her, but I'm trying to get her out of, like, or trying to get her conscious again.
Sure. Absolutely. You definitely heal up the remainder of any small cuts and wounds that may have been prevailing, and
Okay.
her color has certainly returned.
She can only go to half her total hit points, though, that way.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, she is, like I said, her color has started to return, but she still has not regained consciousness yet. However, she has begun muttering, and there's basically 3 words that she has said. The first one being thunder, that you've recognized.
Is she Lionel?
Is she what?
I said, is she Lionel? Thunder, thunder.
There you go. Oh. And the other 2 words that she has mentioned are ambling dead.
Well, that's not a good sign.
It is eerily quiet in this town. Again, the only thing that you really hear is kind of the wind that is blown down into the Dragon's Maw Canyon and through the buildings of this town. Tumbleweeds occasionally come through. You might hear like a loose board that kind of, plack, 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 as the wind blows. Maybe the creak of the windmill on the top of the water pump, something of that nature. And really the only other living thing you've seen or heard are crows in this town. There's not a super abundance of them or anything like that that makes you ill at ease, but there's enough of them, and they're cawing that kind of puts you on edge a little maybe. Other than that, it is a very quiet place. There is a wood-burning stove inside the jailhouse, and as the sun begins to slide down from the sky, it does start to get pretty chilly, and a fog starts to settle in.
Excellent. So batten down the hatches, stay inside. We'll wait till morning.
Okay. What have you guys done with the people that came with you? The horses and Chuckwagon.
It's all inside.
Nice try, but no.
Tied to the post out front, probably.
Okay.
The people, especially.
The hired people are on watch, aren't they?
Yeah, how big is the jailhouse itself?
So there are the 4 of you, plus we're going to go ahead and say that Virion and Eagle are probably with you. So that's 6 plus the 4 that you brought. So there's 10 of you plus Amma, Mother Amma, so that's 11 of you total. So it is definitely not what you would be happy with as a living condition, but for a night or two, there's enough room for you guys to all find space to lay down and be relatively comfortable. But there's definitely not enough room for even a single horse.
Was there a spot as we were coming in to town, like looking back at what we know now, where wildlife stopped?
Other than crows, yeah. I would say probably a mile outside of town. Virion, your ranger, probably would have been able to tell you, or you as a druid would have been able to tell you that there's something kind of weird going on here.
But like enough that I would consider, if we took the animals, a couple of miles out and tethered them up, that they would be safe there.
Yeah, possibly. you probably feel better leaving at least a person or two, maybe even all of the hired people who don't seem like they would be all of that.
Useful in this scenario.
Yeah, all that worry to stay away from the town. So yeah, if you guys feel like that would be a better thing, then they'll establish a camp, about a mile out of town.
Anybody against that idea?
Do these people have guns?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then I'm fine with this.
Okay. Yeah. At the very least, the two skilled people would, at the very least.
Well, did we send Eel Witness and Virion with them?
Yeah, sure. We'll go ahead and say that we did. Just for now, and that'll be a fluid thing, so that if Chris shows up, or if this goes longer than one session, we can just say, oh yeah, now they're with you. But yeah, for the time being, they went with them.
Okay. They will protect them.
Excellent. Okay. So yeah, you guys, kind of make sure that the door is solid again with your mending, and you make sure it's shut and sturdy. You doing anything else inside, or?
If nobody's gonna mend that loose board that keeps scrapping, Mad Dog's gonna pull it up and then start stoking a fire in the fireplace.
Yeah, that would have definitely been on my hit list. Yeah, like even if it's not in the jail cell with us, if there's another one that's in earshot, I would go take care of that.
Yeah. The flapping board is definitely it's not the jailhouse building. It's a one across the street. Down a couple. So yeah, you guys can either mend it back into place, mending the nails that are holding it down, or ripping it up and using it for firewood. Either way, and there would be no shortage of gathering firewood in the town either. There's plenty of rotten wood lying about, from fallen tree branches to the tumbleweeds themselves to the rotten boars that made up some of the other buildings. There would be no shortage at all.
Are there any crow's nests that we see?
You mean actual nests of crows?
Yeah.
There's one. It's actually in the spire of the old church. You can see that there seems to be a rather large nest of crows up there.
Never mind. Just use tumbleweed to start it.
Okay. Yeah. You gather enough stuff up that you think you'll be able to stoke the fire in the stove for the entire night. And with how many warm bodies you have enclosed in the building, you have no trouble getting it warm in here and comfortable.
Once they're all done with that, then the Padre will let them know what Mother Alma has been muttering.
Do you share your suspicions of worriment of undead?
I do. I did that before. I will confirm that.
Can you check? Can you open the bottle to see if there's holy water inside?
I will place my hand on it and give a prayer. Is it the prayer? Do I know the prayer, Jeremy?
Yes. It's not one of the more commonly practiced ones, but because you are a priest of the Luzite faith, it is absolutely one that you know.
Okay. Well, then I do that and check to see if there's holy water.
It is indeed full of holy water.
Is there anything in particular that the Padre feels that Mad Dog should know about undead that you're worried about?
I'm going to have to go with Jeremy and ask him, because I've never played a cleric before.
Roll me a religion.
12. Or, sorry, 14.
Yeah, perfect. There's a large variety of undead. And it varies all the way from, your typical skeleton, zombie type stuff, all the way up to the really scary shit like mummies and mummies and vampires and whatnot.
And they are all abominations of Luz's work.
Yes, absolutely. And you know all the typical trope type stuff, you know, stakes for vampire hearts, and holy water does really well against them. And I'm actually going to go ahead and let you know that there are the zombies work a little bit differently in Caldera. They're not necessarily your textbook D&D zombies. That they can actually spread infection, and that holy water versus undead does a little more than just a little, 2d4 damage or what have you. It's a little more volatile than that.
Okay.
Do I know how zombies spread their infection?
Through biting.
Oh, well, that sucks.
So that already is enough information for me to do what I was going to do, and I'm going to try and put some of that holy water on a cloth and then clean all of her areas that were bitten with... I have soap, and now I have holy water, so I'm going to give her a holy sponge bath.
Okay. Yeah, when you start applying the holy water to the areas that she was bitten, even though the wounds themselves have been closed, you see droplets of blood actually coming up out of the pores in her skin, just in those areas.
That makes me think I'm doing something good. I keep doing this.
And she seems to not enjoy this as much. Her face tenses up, and her whole body kind of locks in, and her back arches, and her brow kind of furrows down, and she makes kind of a painful groan noise.
I call the holy man over and say that I think this is working, but also she's losing blood, so heal her.
Well, I will monitor when she needs healing, and just heal her when she needs a healing. But I will also say I'm a little worried about what I know about the undead and turning people undead. So I will restrain her, just in case.
Excellent. Okay. As you guys are taking this, the sun slips from the sky, and the light begins to fade. I'm assuming you guys have.
Yeah. Did we think it had to do
and-
like lanterns or candles or
Yeah,
what was in town?
I would assume so. You guys have been out on the trail before, and I would say that is included within the supplies that you thought to get.
Okay. Then slightly before sundown, I'd go to getting everything sparked up.
Sure. Yeah, we'll say you guys probably have 3 or 4 lanterns that you have spread out within the interior of the inside of the sheriff's station. Do you wish to put any lights on the outside at all, or are you going to keep them all inside with you?
Inside would be my vote, but there's no
Okay.
need to waste the stuff. Also, if in the search, like in the quickie search of town, I would have kept eyes open for anything that could be like a noisemaker, a bell, or otherwise, cowbell, or pot and pan, or something along that line.
Sure, yeah. Roll me an investigation.
Hold on, sorry. Investigation is intelligence, an 8. I'm sorry,
Okay.
a 10.
10. All right. Yeah, you weren't able to find anything that you were super thrilled with, but you were able to find basically a handful of silverware. And if you place 2 of them close enough together, you think that they'll probably clink enough to make noise.
Are they actual silver?
No, they do not appear to be actual silver.
Then darn it, it's just tableware.
Okay. We are about half an hour away from where we would normally take our break. But with the setting sun here in Salvation, you guys frantically working to see if you can't cure Mother Amma of her affliction, we're going to go ahead and take our break now. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll meet back at 1:40 and see what happens next.
Huzzah.
All right, I'll see you then.
welcome back.
Cheers. So I really don't like fast zombies, like from I Am Legend. I much prefer slow, shuffling zombies. Is that what we're going to deal with?
We'll have to wait and see. If
Usually
zombies
there's like
at
a
all.
combination of stuff, to be honest. But no telling for a Western.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and start getting a soft roll going before the other two get back here. Evening has fully set upon the town of Salvation. An ill wind has brought in a fog that has kind of settled into the lower recesses of the town. There's enough of a fog that it's actually kind of misting as well. And it's a cold, unfriendly, unwelcoming mist, since it is still, just out of the grips of winter, maybe approaching mid-spring. It's very quiet, and there's like I said, the wind is kind of making a little bit of a howl through some of the older buildings of the town. The mine entrance that you did see as you were poking about town looked like it was probably a quarter mile outside of the northern end of the town. Actually, probably not even that far. The town would have been set up pretty close to the entrance, so we'll actually say that it's probably closer to about maybe 100 yards or so outside of town. But you have been working to try to get Mother Amma back on her feet, so to speak. And the process definitely seems to be working, although it is apparently slow going. And we're going to go ahead and say that you have used 10% of the water, the holy water, in the canteen. So if somebody would keep track of that for me, I would appreciate that, just in case, just in case it comes up. The rest of you have made preparations for any possible attack that could come during the night. Have battened down the hatches, so to speak, gotten this place fairly secured. Was there anything else on the interior that you guys are doing? I'm assuming you're putting out bedrolls on, the framed things that are attached to the walls within the cells for people to sleep on and things of that nature. But did you do anything else with the furniture that was inside the jailhouse or anything of that nature?
Barricaded the front door.
Yeah,
Okay.
barricaded the front door.
To the extent of like removing pieces of furniture and nailing them in place, or?
I think just the weight of the heavy stuff in front of the door.
Okay. Yeah, so you took like the desk that, again, was rotten enough that you could tear the drawer straight out of it, but it is still a pretty heavy piece of furniture.
Could I have fixed it so it was less broken?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that could definitely be done amid your preparations.
Well, I'll probably ask Zan to do it while I keep making sure that I get all of this probably bad blood. We're still at the education level where we think taking out bad blood is helping, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it actually seems like in this case that might actually be what's happening.
Do we had the four humors method of medicine?
Yeah, there you go. It's probably a little more advanced than that, but there's certainly still, bloodletting that happens.
I hope my next magic item is some sort of magic leeches that heal.
So yeah, you guys are attending to her. The mending on the desk returns what is left of the desk still into much better condition, and you've pushed that in front of the door to add a little bit of bolstered strength to that point. Yeah, so you guys are buried in and ready to survive the night. Probably 10 minutes, maybe 15 or so, after the sun has fully set and the color is drained from the sky, you hear a sound echoing from the northern end of town. It sounds like a trumpet, or a bugle, probably more aptly. It sounds like a bugle playing whatever the Caldera's equivalent would be to taps. So that, burn, 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 and then it goes quiet again.
Is there any inclination as to where that was coming from?
It sounded like the northern end of town.
Skull is unhappy.
You can roll perceptions for me if you would like.
Sure.
Yeah, I would definitely want to take a look to see what's going on. An 8.
Okay.
Xanda's 17.
22.
Well, I didn't get higher than that. I think I got
Okay.
14.
Okay. Well, the 17 and the 22 would definitely be high enough to tell that there was a definite stony reverberation, an echo to the notes being played out on the bugle. More so than just from the bit of canyon that you're in. It sounded like it may have originated from, an actual cave or cavern. Maybe even the mine shaft.
Could I tell if it sounded like it was being played by someone that actually needs to use their lungs to breathe?
No, I would say that there's probably not a good way to tell if that was the case or not.
Oh well.
Good try, though.
I say, well, it's not a skeleton.
All right. So, yeah, it goes back to being very quiet, and there's a tense amount of time that passes. It's kind of hard to judge exactly how long, especially because you're probably straining your ears against the night, trying to see if there's any indication as to what else might be out there. And then you do, all of you, start hearing additional noise. And it sounds kind of like people murmuring, talking. It's kind of indiscriminate chatter, almost. But it's almost like, it's kind of a blend between that and kind of a groan or moan sound.
Can the Padre will suggest that they turn their lanterns down so that light does not escape the building.
Iskander will immediately kill any lights near him.
Okay. So yeah, you guys turn your light sources off, plunging you into near pitch black. The only light being that of the moon and stars that kind of trickles in through the barred windows of the sheriff's station, casting long strips of light across the floor. And you just kind of sit quietly.
Actually, I pull out the Deer of the Moon, and I hold it in my teeth while I keep trying to get all the bad blood out of the lady.
Excellent. So you activate the glowing property of it?
Right, but it glows with the light of the moon, so
That is correct.
it should be less noticeable.
Okay. So yeah, you're holding that and continuing to work. The droplets of blood that have been seeping through the pores of her skin definitely seem to lessen as you go on. And we'll say by the time that you've used 20% of what's in the canteen, that it seems to no longer be having an effect. There is no more blood that is coming up from her skin. And her fever, even though it seems as though it may not have completely broken, it has certainly come down. She has not regained consciousness, however.
I will switch back to cold compressing her forehead then.
And the Padre will pray. Because, prayer heals.
Absolutely, that's what they do. Okay. So the murmuring / moaning gets louder and closer. And eventually you hear that there are absolutely something moving through the town to the north of your location. You can hear feet trotting on porches and things of that nature.
The Padre will carefully look outside to see what he can see.
Okay. So the Padre chances a glance out the window, and he sees a throng of individuals that are shuffling and shambling through the streets of town. But their eyes glow with like a red ember like burn within their skulls. And they seem almost aimless, though they do tend to be filtering southward through town.
Can I try to identify what they are?
Yes, absolutely. I would say you have no problem doing so. These definitely appear to be zombies. They are corpses, but some of them seem to look as though they have been dead for some time. Their skin has completely dried out. They have obvious wounds to their bodies and their heads and faces, but they're definitely not skeletal. Some of them may have bones showing, but they are not skeletons. And they do tend to shuffle rather slowly, and like I said, very aimlessly. They don't look like they have any kind of purpose. Some of them look like they might even be going through a mockery of what they may have done in life. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. One of the things that you might notice, if you want, you can roll me a history, actually.
History, not religion.
Yeah, this one would be history.
Can everyone do that, or just me?
Anybody who is actually trying to look.
I'm proficient, yeah, and would be looking.
I rolled a natural 20, so I get 19.
I rolled an 18 and got a non-20.
All right, perfect. Both of you notice one of the odd things about what you're seeing is the manner of dress is widely varied. For the most part, everybody seems to be in the typical kind of dress that you would expect for townspeople. Some of them have leather aprons on. Some of them have Sunday dress, things of that nature. But there are more than just a small handful sprinkled amongst them that look like they're dressed as adventurers, as possible treasure hunters, miners. Some of them look like soldiers. Some of them are Durathian. And some of these styles of dress goes back quite a ways, which is why you made a history roll. The fashion, if you will, probably covers a good probably 30 years or so.
What's a best guess number from the angle that we can see?
It's
Or I guess more aptly, is my inkling hide and don't be discovered, or start popping them off?
well, that really just depends on your character, but I would say you guys are on the main drag of town, and you're somewhat limited with how many windows you've got. But from what you gather, you are seeing probably at least 100 of them.
Okay.
The Padre suggests leave them be.
I'm going to start muttering under my breath a spell, and
Okay.
then I'm going to pass the silverware that I found, the tableware that I found earlier,
Yes.
through the window to the unseen servant that I just cast.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell it, clank these together and head them out of town to the north.
Okay. Excellent.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would the Padre know what it takes to kill a zombie, or to defeat? I guess because they're already dead, so you can't kill them. But
what did you roll on your religion check earlier? Do you remember? I think it was pretty stout.
yeah, but I don't remember what it was.
Then roll another one for me.
Well, I hope I do good. Well, I rolled another natural 20, so 21.
You can't get better than that. Excellent. Yeah, you have heard of a particular encounter of one of your counterparts dealing with this kind of issue before. And you know that damage to the brain, headshots, is pretty much one of the only ways that you can actually stop them permanently.
Okay, you don't need to use like silver or anything.
No, but you know that radiant damage tends to fare very well against them.
Okay, I will. While Zahn is muttering his spell, I will tell everyone else what's out there and tell them how best to defeat them.
Does necrotic heal them, as far as you're aware?
With a 20, I would say you are aware that, yes, it will. Well, I take that back. No. It does with certain undead, but not with these.
Cool, thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay. So, take yourself a point of inspiration, Zahn, for that use of Unseen Servant. That's wonderful.
Alrighty.
So, yeah, your Unseen Servant starts clanging them together and starts moving towards the north, you said?
If you please.
The opposite direction we are, right?
Yes.
More importantly, probably the opposite direction of where your camp is to the south of town as well.
Yeah, that was my intent. Get them away from camp.
Right. Some of them at the point where this kind of starts to happen have already milled past the sheriff's station, and have done a fairly decent job of filling up the street, if you will. Whenever it starts clinking the silverware together and starts moving away, they definitely turn in that direction and start moving after the sound. What is the distance that it can travel away from you?
Ooh, I am not certain. So, 1 second, I can look that up.
60 feet is what it says.
Okay. Not nearly as far as I would have thought.
If you command the servant to perform a task that would move it more than 60 feet away from you, the spell ends.
Okay, well then I would have it. If I can then modify the orders a bit, I would have it run lines. So head south of me 60 feet, and then make noise heading to the north, and then stop and circle back around, and just kind of repeat the process.
Okay. Yeah.
And make it bark at them.
Sorry. Yeah. They love announcing the presence of anybody on my street. Um, okay.
And sometimes streets over.
Yeah, sometimes. So, yeah. So your unseen servant gets to work, laying out a distraction. And it's, moving back and forth, in the street, on the other side of the street, if you will, probably. And then all of a sudden, you all hear a noise that probably makes some of your blood run cold. You hear a thunk-thunk of footfalls on the porch of the building that you're in.
Like, deliberately, or does it sound like the shuffling of the zombies?
It definitely sounds like shuffling. You hear like a thunk-thunk, thunk-thunk, thunk-thunk. It definitely sounds like a shuffle, stumble kind of walk.
Is there a way to get on the roof from inside this building?
No, I don't think so. Most buildings didn't have that kind of access.
How about a ladder on the outside?
There is definitely a ladder on the outside that you could put up against the building and get up there.
In that picture of the town originally?
Yes,
How close are we to that water tower?
Let me see here.
Would you say within throwing distance?
Okay. So it has the tower or the town picture up now?
Yep.
You are talking about this.
I am.
Here? Okay. Yeah. We will say that you guys are this building here. No, yeah. It doesn't have this second story balcony part here, but yeah, this position of the building right here.
Oh man, we should have gone to the church.
So you guys are probably, we'll say, that's probably 40 feet, I would say, to the tower.
Okay.
We'll call it.
I'm going to tell the group that I can probably take this out quietly if we want.
Take what out?
The zombie on the porch.
The Padre will suggest to let it be until it becomes like it's trying to get inside.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna
leave them alone, and that they'll
quietly try to get on the roof with the whole ladder plan thing before we get surrounded. Stealthily.
Okay.
I would assist and travel with Mad Dog if he's not opposed to it.
I would tell both of them to stay where they are, but I'm not going to move to stop them either.
Like, yeah, if he sees me doing it, that's great. But I also want to be stealthy from the group as well.
Okay. Well then, describe to me this. How do you want to go about getting to the outside?
Is there a window or whatnot that's not a part of the jail cells?
There are windows, but all of them have bars on them.
Hmm.
Now, there are places where the roof may not be quite as strong as it once was, and I don't know if that is part of the thing that you guys would have reinforced with mending or not.
Yeah, if there's a hole in the ceiling, that would be fantastic. I'll use that.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's a hole in the ceiling, then I will not. I'll step away from that plan.
Okay.
He's small enough to maybe not fall through, but I am not.
Okay. So do me this then, Mad Dog. You are tiny enough because you're a halfling that we'll say that the hole is not a super concern of your group, so they left it alone with the mending process. So that it is still big enough that you would be able to get through it, probably with a little bit of work. You'll need to climb the outside of the cell, effectively climb the bars to get to it.
Yeah.
So I will need a stealth check and a climb check from you.
Okay. Stealth is going to be a 22.
Okay. Anybody who is attempting to notice him doing so, you'll need perceptions opposed to that.
I rolled with disadvantage because I'm not actually paying any attention to him, and I'm focusing on the person.
That's perfect.
And I got an 8.
Okay. Yeah, you absolutely did not see him. And then what was your climb?
climbing athletics, or can I do an acrobatics check?
Either one.
I will take acrobatics, please. And 23.
Okay, yeah. You make short work of the job, and make your way up the cell, the outside bars of the cell, and begin working on the edges of the hole to make it a little wider for you to get yourself up onto the roof. Okay, so is there anything else in the interim that anybody is planning on doing? No. Excellent. Okay. So the unseen servant continues to kind of effectively what's happening is they're more or less kind of rounding up, and some of them are getting close enough to the clanging silverware that they're actually trying to reach out and claw or scrape at it with their hands, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything, obviously. Or actually, it does give stats for an unseen servant. So let's go ahead and see if they do manage to do anything to it. We'll say that two of them are close enough to attempt to hit it.
If they hit it, it dies instantly. It only has 1 health.
You're right.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. They noticed him just from the sound, or after he stopped making the sound too?
It's the actual silverware itself, so there is actually something they can see.
Oh, and they see it just like floating in the air?
Yeah. And the noise is what's attracting them to it, and as they're getting closer, they're actually trying to reach out and hit it, grab it, bite it, what have you. And at first, they're all kind of clumsily swiping at the air, but apparently one of them does connect at one point, and you see the silverware stop clanging together, freeze in the air for a second, and then clang one last time as they fall down into an empty horse trough across the street.
Do the zombies keep going in the direction that he was leading them, or do they go back to their random shuffling?
They are kind of congregated in a clump around where this last little bit happened, and they're kind of strung out to both the north and south, and they're continuing to kind of coalesce into a crowd across the street.
But again, there's still like 100 of them, right?
Yes, there is. Your guess is that there's probably more of them than that out there, as you have started to see more and more of them come from between buildings, from up north. If you're continuing to pay attention up north, they don't seem to have necessarily been stopping in their filing into the town.
Okay.
It appears like their numbers are growing.
Okay.
Where did we leave the chariot-mounted machine guns again?
I am assuming that you guys left them in Wayward Gallows, because nobody said that you brought them on the train to Scattergun Flats.
I knew we didn't have them. I just was curious because I'm wondering back at them currently.
I thought we'd actually return them to the army for a cash reward.
Oh, did you? Okay, if that was your intention,
going to do.
If that was the group consensus of the decision, then you guys certainly could have done that.
Yeah, because I don't think we thought we could get away with having them.
Yeah.
It is definitely military hardware. There's no doubt about that.
It doesn't work too well when you have a halfling doing it anyway.
Shut your mouth.
Okay. So before we take a next step, since Chris has joined us, let's figure out what Varian is up to during all of this.
Awesome. So I take it that Virian's probably on the scouting mission, as clued by Derek.
Possibly.
Well, we sent Virion and Eagle Witness with some hired hands to a camp outside the town.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just saying, Virion can do whatever he wants from there, but it could be a good time for our favorite Bat Rider to show up.
Yes. Okay. So let's lay this out then. So Virion was at camp with Eagle Witness and the 4 hired hands that you guys had, including Cookie, in the chuck wagon, about a mile outside of town to the south. And everything was going fine. It was a little chilly. There is a little bit of a fog and a mist that has settled in the general area. It's clinging to the ground. And the wind is you can kind of hear it howling down the canyon a little bit. But then carried to your ears on the wind, there is the sound of a bugle that played taps right about sunset. So that was enough to kind of pique your curiosity and get you airborne on Minerva, we'll say.
Yeah.
And so you have been flying towards the town on Minerva, and you're kind of approaching now, and you see that it's difficult to kind of make out exactly what's going on the ground because of the fog that has settled in, but you definitely see figures milling about the desolated town of Salvation, and there's something about their movement. What's that? Sorry.
Will 20 on perception help to clarify what they are?
Does your what clarify?
20 perception.
Oh, 20 perception. Yeah, absolutely. You notice something very strange about the way they are ambling about. They're definitely kind of shuffling aimlessly through the town, and you notice after a couple of them have looked up in your direction that their eyes glow with kind of a red glowing ember type light. And you think that your group is probably in the jailhouse because there is smoke that is curling up lazily out of the chimney. And that's the only building that shows any signs of quote-unquote life.
The alehouse. Yeah, sure. We'll steer Minerva to the alehouse.
Jailhouse.
Jailhouse. That's it.
Okay. So yeah, you fly closer to that building that you see, and what was your perception? A 20?
20.
And what was your stealth again, Mad Dog? I can't hear you, brother. If you're muted.
So I tried Control D while I was on my character sheet, and it didn't work. I rolled a 16 with a +6, so it's 22.
Okay. So yeah, you see the smoke coming up out of the chimney. You're not really sure if there's a great place to land.
Yeah.
But you do see across the street from the jailhouse, across the main thoroughfare of town, that there is a very large cluster of these creatures that are kind of in a knot, if you will. But again, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on just through the amount of fog, but your guess is there's upwards of 100 of these things.
Okay. So, wow, he's not really going to be able to hit a lot of these points.
You said they noticed him, so are they starting to follow him as he circles around?
One or two of them has looked skyward, but it doesn't look like they're necessarily entertaining the idea of pursuit, especially because he's probably flying circles. I don't know exactly. I don't know a lot about the flight pattern of bats, but I doubt that they hover real well.
Yeah, I think that would probably be part of its training, right? To hover.
Well, a lot of it has to do with physiology.
Physiology, yeah. They kind of oscillate up and down.
Yeah, they might. I don't know. It's very possible. But yeah, I'm game with saying that that's that it's a possibility. So so you are being somewhat stationary above the jailhouse, or
Sure. Let's direct. Well, where's the rest of the party right now?
like I said, the only sign that you see appears to be the jailhouse.
Okay.
And Derek has informed me with an article that apparently bats can't hover. So there you go.
All right. Yeah, it's definitely trainable. Okay, so. All right, so he doesn't really know where the rest of the party is. He hasn't heard any gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, nobody has fired a weapon yet.
No gunshots, just the light coming out of the jailhouse.
There is not currently, other than moonlight.
Oh, yeah, the smoke, excuse me.
Oh, yes, there is definitely that.
Yeah, so let's say he'll fly over to that big, huge clump and see what happens when he has Minerva get close.
How close are you willing to get?
Let's say within 30 feet.
Okay. So yeah, as you lower yourself down closer, they definitely don't have any chance of getting to you, even at that distance. But it is close enough that it does draw the attention of the majority of them. They definitely look skyward and then raise their arms up in the air towards you and start almost like they're trying to climb the air. They're just clawing at empty space above their heads, and the groaning and aggressiveness of their demeanor shifts radically into a hungry fervor, and they are like trying to climb over one another and adamantly trying to get to you. Those of you in the jailhouse hear this drastic shift in the noise level and activity level of these creatures outside.
Can we see what's going on?
Yeah, I would absolutely say that you guys can see Minerva and Varian on her.
So Varian's going to cast Hail of Thorns.
Okay.
And he's going to pull out his shotgun.
Okay.
So he'll pull out his shotgun, cast Hail of Thorns, and he's going to fire. So he's going to maneuver Minerva into just about a 10-foot range there, and then he'll fire.
Okay.
So he's going to be shooting basically at a large group of them to just see what happens here. And he'll be doing, that's 2d6, so 11 plus 9 from Hail of Thorns, so that's 30 damage in a cone.
You're firing your shotgun, right?
That's correct.
And how close away did you say you wanted to get?
10 feet.
10 feet. Okay. So that actually puts them in the most effective range for your shotgun. So it's actually a base of 3d6.
Okay, then another 6. So that'll be 36 damage.
Okay.
In a 30-foot cone.
And what does the Hail of Thorns do? Does it just add damage, or does it have an effect with it? Or it's just an effect in a cone?
Yeah.
Okay.
In addition to the normal effect of the attack, target of the attack and each creature within 5 feet of it must make a dex saving throw. They take a d10 piercing damage on the save.
Okay.
Effectively, it widens the cone.
Right. Yeah, and with the flavor of it, we'll just say, at least in this particular instance, we'll just apply the Hail of Thorns to the shotgun blast itself, which is already a cone.
Right.
So we'll have a group roll for dexterity here. I'm pretty sure. What was the attack roll total?
The attack roll is a critical 20.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's not like dexterity is these things saving good for saving throws. So yeah, they absolutely failed it.
Yeah. And a 2 on the critical.
Okay, let's see here. And the damage was 30 something. Is that correct?
36.
Okay. Okay, yeah. A group of them. You were 10 feet, so we're going to say basically what on a grid would be a 15-foot by 15-foot block, so 9 of them just drop whenever you blast into them. Those of you inside the jailhouse, the din outside kind of rises up to a climax, and then there's a deafening, blam, as Variant's shotgun tears open the otherwise quiet night, and a small cluster of the creatures just falls to the ground.
And Varian will let Minerva do whatever she wants. She's probably pretty smooth.
Yeah, she probably takes back up, putting distance between her and these ravenous-looking creatures.
And do many of the creatures from the town sort of pick up at this and decide to walk over?
Yeah, they were already kind of gathering in this area, and they definitely have seemed to pick up the pace a bit and are gathering even more. In addition, you guys hear the bugle sound again. Once again, from, it sounds like the north of town, but this time, instead of it playing taps, it sounds like it's playing, again, the Caldera equivalent to the cavalry charge. I don't know exactly what it's called, but the, noise. And let's roll initiatives.
Man, I was trying to avoid this.
Can't win games, bro.
Mad Dog got a 14.
Mad Dog, 14. Got it.
I got a 10.
Estevez with a 10.
Skull got a 19.
Scander with a 19. Or Skull, either way. Zon with a 16, I see. And Varian with a 15. 5.
Before they get going, can Padre is going to throw the bullet catching gloves to someone else. Anyone else want those?
Bullet catching gloves.
Yeah, that Clinton had originally. That
I don't know anything about them, so.
Okay, well, I guess I'll just stick them in his pocket for right now, and he'll pick up Mother Alba's, whatever her name is. It's Alba, right?
That may end up being something that Mad Dog is interested in, but he is not in that room currently.
Right, okay. So right now they're just sticking in my pocket, and I picked up the innate and holy book and canteen of Mother Alma's.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So, first up, okay. Everybody can make me perception checks real quick, if you would, please.
Just rolled a crit.
Yeah, I didn't pass.
23.
Is my
15.
overlay backwards?
What was that, Chris?
Is my overlay backwards?
It looks like it to you, but it does not to us.
Oh, okay. Cool. 24.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody except for Iskander and Padre, which I guess kind of makes sense. They're kind of attentive still to Mother Alma. Hear the sound of hooves thundering out of the mine part of the town.
Nice.
Okay. So, Durian can see approaching on horseback from the mine, carrying what look like torches. There are 4 riders.
Undead riders? Not dead riders?
That's a great question. But yeah, he sees them entering the northern end of town. It looks somewhat like that. They are definitely equipped with weapons and are riding their horses pretty hard, and they definitely have torches with them. Okay. Iskander, you're up.
What kind of action would be to pull Alma into the corner of the jail cell with me in there?
We'll say that it uses your half your movement to do so.
Okay, I do that, and then I use my standard action to make an illusion of a crate around us, so that if you look where we are, you would just see a crate.
Beautiful. Okay.
Also, before I do that, I close the jail cell, and I hope that it automatically locks when I close it. If not, then I will try to get it locked.
Yeah, you can certainly do that. Yeah, you can certainly handle all of that within a round. That's fine.
Great, I do that.
Okay, we are to Zahn.
What does the immediate out front look like currently?
Like I said, across the main road, which is about 40 feet or so, so the back of which would probably be about 25 feet away from the front door, is a large cluster of these creatures. And they kind of somewhat trail off a little to the south, but mainly to the north. So there's the largest concentration of them are across the street currently. However,
blocking the water tower area.
Yeah, they're kind of gathered near it actually, a little south of it. And there is still the one that is on the porch, that is kind of lazily making his way across the porch towards where this gaggle of them are gathered.
Okay. I am going to attempt to blitz my way across the street to the ladder of the water tower. To climb up that to have a higher vantage point. If as I'm moving, if the gaggle in front of me seems to take note and block that path, I'm gonna shapeshift and get some extra run speed.
Okay. You would know just by looking at the path that even though that knot of them is gathered somewhat south of that water tower, that the trail of them that is coming in and joining that gaggle does mainly trail to the north, which means that it does cross your what path you would have to take to get to the water tower.
Okay. Never mind then. I'm going to try and get an angle through the window on the one that's on the porch. And if I am able to do so, I will Eldritch Blast. If I am not, I will continue watching.
Yeah, no, you absolutely can see the one on the porch. Are you going to attempt to be stealthy in taking this thing out, or
actually
do it?
Instead of Eldritch Blast, I'm going to Hex it.
Okay.
Which I will do in a stealthy manner. Okay. That won't deal damage this round.
Right.
But it'll at least let me get it active.
Okay. And I think Hex makes it to where you deal extra damage, but also it has disadvantage on a particular saving throw?
Yes, but the way I read that is when I hit it is when the disadvantage takes effect.
Okay. Which are you waiting until you do damage to pick which one that is, or?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Oh, sorry, no, I take that back. It says when I cast the spell, I choose.
Okay.
So I will do Dex.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, that one is marked from now on. Because it is
Actually, no, sorry. I will do Strength.
Strength. Okay. Because it is actually decently close to you, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. You can have advantage since the spell doesn't have a whole lot to it that would draw attention. It's really just kind of the somatic, or the verbal, rather.
Mm-hmm. Stealth is dexterity. I am not proficient. 19.
Excellent. Okay. I'm going to roll this thing's perception. Actually, I'm just going to use it as passive, which is fairly certain pretty low. So. It is a low thing. Okay. So, yeah, you seem to cast the spell on it, and it takes no notice of you doing so. Okay, Virion, it is your turn.
All right. So Virion is probably going to have Minerva circle around since he's got a number of zombies around this area outside of town. What he's probably going to do, seeing that there's light in the jailhouse, he's going to guide Minerva up to the jailhouse. How far away is that?
You were just right across the street from it.
Right.
So if you fired your shotgun in that direction, you'd be able to hit it.
Yeah. So he's going to sort of look at how many zombies are around the jailhouse.
There's none that are directly around the jailhouse itself.
Okay.
On the porch.
But there is one currently on the porch.
There's one on the porch? Sure.
Yeah, the porch is covered, but you could certainly get at an angle that you could see it.
Yeah. He'll take out Valkyrie and take a shot at it. See. A 19 total to hit.
Okay. Yeah, you hit, and you hit it in the head.
He'll deal 17 damage.
Yeah, its head explodes. Those of you inside the jailhouse hear a wet kind of whapping splatter noise. Zahn, you probably just barely duck out of the way as some of the viscera kind of comes in through the barred window. And this thing just collapses, folds up on itself, and collapses down onto the wooden porch.
I thought Zahn was across the street, yeah.
No.
He'll have Minerva.
Path was blocked, so I didn't move.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He'll land on top of the jailhouse, and he'll shout into the jailhouse, "Are the rest of you there? It is very cabbage out here."
Yes, we're here! Stop shooting at us!
I'm not shooting at you, I'm shooting at the glowy eyes.
Mad Dog, I don't know if you want to announce your presence or not, but you're literally feet away from where Minerva had landed. No. Just as he didn't pass his perception check to notice you earlier, so as of right now, I'm going to say that you're still hidden from him, quote unquote.
Yeah, I'm prepping something apparently. It took me longer than what I thought it would, but.
So yeah, it's up to you whether or not you want to let him know that you're there.
No, he'll figure it out here in a minute.
Okay. All right. However, the shouting back and forth between Varian and Zahn has drawn the attention of your groupies, we'll call them. They have turned to look across the street and seem as though they're intent on beginning to cross the street. Let's see here. That was Varian. Mad Dog, it is your turn.
Awesome. So as soon as I got on the roof, I was intending on doing something, but there was quite a bit that went down. But
what was it you plan on doing?
I'm going to throw some dynamite at the water tower, trying to get it to collapse on the gaggle of...
Okay, excellent, yes. Well, we'll save your turn before this or whatever, whenever we're rolling.
Yeah, I was just like, I'll have put two sticks together or something like that. So it just took me some time to wrap it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, your time was spent breaking open the rest of the hole, making it large enough for you to get up there, and then getting into position quietly so that none of them had heard you, and then putting sticks together and stuff. So yeah, you've accomplished all of that. So now you can do that action if you would like.
Perfect. You said it was about 40 feet away.
It is a 40-foot throw.
The throw on dynamite is 20-60, so I'll be at a disadvantage.
That is true. And where are you trying to place it? Are you trying to place it down by the supports of the water tower?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I want to try to get it to collapse on the south side where the majority of them are.
Perfect. Okay. Do me, go ahead and roll me an attack roll, and also a percentile for me.
Okay. Ooh, I rolled a 19 and an 18 on my disadvantage. So, so it'd be a non-20, and then my percentile is going to be a 49.
Excellent. Okay, so the water tower is halfway full, 49% full at this moment. And you rolled an 18 on the attack?
Non-20 with my bonus.
Okay, so a total of 20. That is more than adequate to put it right where you want. So you kind of light it. All of a sudden, Birion, you hear what is the equivalent of a match? Yeah, strike, and you see a single match, and you kind of are able to just barely pick out Mad Dog's grinning face as he has a match close enough. It's just kind of the orange outline of his face as he lights this and puts it to something, and then you see the telltale sign of the sparking fuse and that hiss that and he kind of stands up, looks a little bit, kind of licks his finger and tests the wind, and then hucks this what you're guessing is dynamite across the street, and it lands in the sandy dirt, sits there and sizzles for a couple of seconds, and then kablam! It goes off, and one of the struts just completely splinters on the south side closest to the street, and this thing immediately starts groaning and making snapping noises and whatnot, and the rest of the supports immediately start to buckle and collapse. And this thing just and starts to come down. And we will have the effects of it take place on your next turn.
Okay.
So basically it's got the 6 seconds that it's actually collapsing and falling, that the structure is breaking. And so this stuff will come flooding out of it next round.
I'm going to internally be glad that I'm not sitting on top of that thing.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned for you, but...
But damn it, he was going to do it anyway.
Yeah, but damn it, I was going to do it anyway.
We already know Mad Dog is not afraid to throw dynamite near his traveling companions.
This is true.
Well, hiding on the roof, there's no way I would have known he was heading up there, so...
Okay, so that was Mad Dog. It is Estevez. It is your turn, Padre.
Okay, hold on. I was in a chat conversation with Chris. I was going to say I was trying to hide from the hundreds of zombies. Is why I didn't want people to know we were in the jail. But so there's a gaggle. Let me see if I understand the picture here. So there's an explosion and I see the water tower start to fall.
Yes, it is. It is currently collapsing under the weight of the water that's inside the container.
And it's falling towards the largest group of zombies?
Yes, absolutely it is.
I'm going to try to... are there any zombies close to that? But but not going towards it?
Yeah, there are some that are further north up the street from where the water tower will likely fall from the way it looks. So if you can see on my screen, you guys, again, are in this building's position here. The water tower is here. What I'm kind of picturing is you guys are directly across the street from this building here. Okay, so this water tower is just kind of north of you.
Okay, and that's 40 feet away.
Yes, it is 40 feet across the street here. So this gaggle of zombies are gathered out, basically kind of out front of where this other building is. They have now turned their attention towards you. There are some of them that are
Wait. They're coming towards us, though?
Yes. Now that the conversation has the shouting has taken place between Varian and Zahn, they have turned their attention toward your building.
The explosion didn't override that?
They have not begun making their way towards you yet. They have just turned in your direction. The explosion has certainly cleared out a couple of them and has also turned some of their attentions away. But there are quite a few of them that are streaming further north up the street, and there's several that are kind of milling about south of there that are kind of moving their direction, moving back northward towards where this commotion's happening.
Okay, so I'm going to look for a zombie that's within 60 feet of me and doesn't look like it's going to get fallen on by this water tower.
Okay.
Is there something there? So Then I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Uh-huh.
As a bonus action. And a kind of shining... it looks like that pendant, that sword pendant.
Excellent.
Kind of appears above this zombie and goes straight down, hopefully into its head.
Fantastic. Roll me the attack.
Okay. Can I use strength, right? Oh, crap.
Yeah, because it's technically a melee attack.
Well, that sucks. I rolled a 2. Can I use inspiration to re-roll that?
Yes, you absolutely may.
And I rolled a 1 that time. So.
Oh my goodness.
Can I use inspiration one more time?
Not for the same check.
Oh, darn. Okay, well, that's going to fail, so I'm not even going to roll damage for that. But that's just a bonus action. So on my action, I'm going to cast the cantrip Sacred Flame on the same zombie.
Excellent.
And gotta remember how to do that. Hold on. And I'm doing this quiet.
Isn't it?
It's a yeah. They have to make a dexterity saving throw or take 1d8 radiant damage.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
And I'm saying both of these spells, these prayers, that very quietly, so they can't hear that I'm in the jail cell. And I'm trying to distract them with the glowing sword and the flames shooting down from heaven.
Very well.
So it's a 6. So if they fail, they take 6.
And what was the DC for your spells?
Oh, it is 14.
Okay. They almost passed, but or he almost passed, but it did fail. So it deals 6 points of radiant damage.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, describe how this holy light takes him out.
So I see my glowing sword just misses, and so then I pray to lose even greater and say, smite this evil undead and protect your flock from this horde, and a flame shoot down from the heavens on top of this thing and engulf it in its holy light.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this thing kind of erupts in a golden colored fire, and it turns to ash almost instantly. And the next gust of wind that kind of picks up through the town just completely scatters the ashes of this creature, as if it never existed.
And hopefully the light will distract more away from us.
Very possibly. They actually seem to kind of shrink from the light. They seem to want to avoid it. Okay. The riders are continuing to work their way towards the northern side of town and are starting to get closer. Okay. The zombies start making their way across the street. Some of them are kind of turning towards the explosion. Some of them have been killed by the explosion. And the ones that are closer to the sheriff's building and further towards the south definitely start making their way towards your building. However, they still seem to move fairly slow. Your guess would be about half the speed of a normal human being. So they begin shuffling across the street very ravenously, looking as if they're going to devour all of you. So now we get to the point where they can possibly do something. Hang on a second. Okay. So we're going to say that the riders are currently about 100 feet away from you, of your building, currently.
Okay.
And we are now to Iskander's turn.
So there's a window in the jail cell, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I will reach into my bag of fun tricks and pull out a wand that we acquired last time.
Yep.
And I will use one of its charges to shoot a blast of magic missile at one of their heads.
Fantastic. I think it does 3 by default, or is it just the 1?
I think it's 2. Let me double check. Yeah, if it's 2 or 3 or more than 1, I'll shoot multiple people.
Yeah, it is 1 to 3. I think each additional costs an additional charge, and it has up to 7 charges per day. But if you do use all 7 of them, it has a possibility of destroying itself.
Right. I'm just going to use 1 charge. So 1 charge is 1 missile.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it deals a D4 plus 1, right?
That is correct.
Okay. 5 then.
Okay. Good deal. Yeah, and go ahead and describe how this singular magic missile takes out another one.
Well, Iskander walks out of a crate that is illusionary, looks out the window, points his little gun wand out, shoots off, and a beam of bluish-purple energy streaks out and goes straight through its head. And then after a second delay, the head just explodes in gore.
Excellent. Beautiful. Yeah, and all the edges of it kind of glow with kind of arcane colors, almost the way like something would burn at the edges if it was paper or something. Except this isn't orange; it's purples and blues and greens. Yeah, and it collapses to the dirt. So Zahn, you're up.
I am going to use my bonus action to shift hex to the next nearest zombie.
Okay.
And pop off an Eldritch Blast in his direction.
Excellent. Okay.
The attack for the Eldritch Blast is 10.
Okay.
And if I hit, it will take 4 from the necrotic and 8 from the force.
Okay. You do hit with a 10. However, you do not hit them in the head. And how much damage did you do? 10?
4 from the necrotic and 8 from the force damage. Oh, sorry, 11. No, charisma. 8. Yes, 11 from the force. So a total of 15.
Okay. It seems, even though this Eldritch Blast burns a hole through this creature, it seems to treat it as if it's superficial damage and keeps moving, almost as if nothing had happened to it. Okay, that was Zon. We've got Varian. You're up.
So since he has Valkyrie out, he's gonna search for a group of zombies, some 5 or 6 or so in a group.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, and he's gonna unload his long range rifle into that group. He's gonna use his bonus action once again to cast Hail of Thorns, and he's going to deal 16 damage with his rifle and another 10 damage with the bonus shot.
Okay. So what was the total on that again? Sorry?
So that's a 26 damage to the primary target and 10 damage in a 5-foot spread to everything around it.
Okay, excellent. So another group of them collapse down to the ground. Their heads peppered with magically enhanced buckshot. And yeah, we'll say it's a further 6 of them that went down that time.
Cool.
Someone keep me track.
We got 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe there's about 10 to a dozen of them that have gone down so far.
Okay, I know I got 1.
Oh, actually, it's probably more than that. I think Varian took out 9
We got
with the first
9.
Hail of Thorns, and then he just got 6, and then, yeah.
And we don't know how many died from the explosion. You said some did, but...
Oh, yeah. Roll me a D4 plus 2.
3.
Okay. So there you go. So yeah, that's an even 20. Yep. Perfect. Mad Dog, it is your turn. Okay. So this explosion happens. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, the halfling is just laughing like a madman, or like a mad dog even, and the explosion just has rended the supports underneath this water tower, and it finally gives the rest of the way. The last large, popping of these rotted boards underneath, and the entire container drops down. And when it hits, the boards that form the exterior of this tower just hit and buckle and just explode, sending wooden shrapnel out. Dropping another 4 zombies, and then the water just comes rushing out of this. And this water is nasty and stagnant. It's been sitting in here for a long, long time. But it completely floods out and into the street, and it's lapping up and over the porch of the building across the street from the jailhouse. It's actually taking out, the closest support on the porch roof of that building. And it just completely sweeps through this gathered collection of zombies. No, you're good. Go ahead and roll me a D4, Mike.
Rolled a 2.
Okay. And 20 of the zombies are immediately taken off their feet and swept away in this initial rush.
Is the water heading towards these riders?
No, they are coming in from the north, so they're approaching ahead of where this is happening. So yeah, it is continuing to just make mud and nastiness as it spills out across and down the thoroughfare of the street. Several of the rest of these zombies are falling down in place, near the edges of the rush of the water, where it's really just kind of taken their feet out from under them and not necessarily been powerful enough to sweep them away. But 20 of them are absolutely swept away from where you are, much further south of where you are down the street. And go ahead and roll me a d6 minus 1, Mike.
Roll a 2, so 1.
Okay. And in the process, one of them actually takes enough damage to kill it outright. It hits its head on the stairs that led up to this porch or whatever, and completely just collapses its skull in.
21. Count it.
So, that was Varian. Or that was Mad Dog, sorry. Estevez, you're up.
How close are these riders now?
They were 100 feet, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to move my spiritual weapon 20 feet to another zombie, and it's going to be above its head.
Uh-huh.
And attempt to stab down. And I got 11 this time.
Excellent. Okay. That does hit. Unfortunately, it's not enough to hit in the head. But it does radiant damage. Is that correct?
No. No, it's just force damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that. It may not be enough to matter, but we'll see.
8.
Okay. So yeah, it strikes down and actually severs one of the arms off of this zombie. However, it doesn't seem to pay it much attention aside from that.
Okay, well, on the 1-2 punch then, praying to lose one more time to call down flames from the heaven.
Okay. And that requires a dexterity save?
Yes, a 14.
It absolutely failed.
This is radiant damage. So 7. Oh, yeah, 7.
Yep. It absolutely, positively dusts. Becomes nothing more than dust in the wind. And blow away into nothingness. Okay. The riders move in closer.
Hey, Jeremy.
Yes, sir.
Did you see what I put in chat?
Da, 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 da. Oh, excellent.
I reread what you'd actually wrote about it, and you said it casts as a first level spell for 1 charge, and a second as for a second charge. And the first level version shoots 3.
Yeah, so yeah, I absolutely cheated you out of damage. Did you take out the one that you hit? You did, though, right?
Yeah, I took out the one I hit, but I would have shot 3 different ones because I don't know how much health they have. I think they have none.
Go ahead and roll those additional 2 then.
Okay, that's cocked. That one only deals 2, and that one deals 4.
Okay. Even still, because this unerringly hits, you tag them in the head, and that does absolutely bring 2 more of them down.
Excellent. Because that's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to probably use 3 or 4 of these charges and then go hide in my box.
Okay. Fair enough. So yes, these riders get closer. Okay. Do you have Stalker or anything, Mad Dog, where like it doesn't reveal your position if you attack from hiding or anything like that?
I'm double checking.
Okay.
No, I don't think I did feats. I may have just done ability points.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So these riders have covered a good deal of distance because they're on horseback, which I believe move 50, 60?
60 horses.
60? Okay. So yeah, they are now 40 feet away. And so one of the riders gets close enough to the building that he actually pulls a 6-gun from his holster and starts fanning the hammer on it as he's shooting at Mad Dog. And he is going to...
I think in real life that messes up your aim, so I can do that to him.
No, probably not.
And where did he stop?
He is currently 40 feet away from you.
But like angle-wise, will it have any cover or?
You will. You'll have partial cover. We'll call it 1/4.
Okay. My armor class is a 17 currently with the poncho and everything. If you haven't updated that.
Okay, thank you. And the partial cover gives you an additional 2, I believe.
Okay.
I think it's 2 and then 5. I think 1/4 cover is +2, half cover is +5, and then total cover is you can't be targeted.
Okay.
Okay, so he actually fires 2 bullets from his gun at you. He ended up with a 13 and a 16, neither of which I believe hit you.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah. Two of the bullets come ripping out of his revolver, and these are kind of strange. They trail a green line of like gun smoke through the mist as it rips towards you. 2 of the bullets embed themselves in the partial wall that you're hiding behind on the roof. Luckily, neither one of them come into contact with you, and you're fairly certain that you hear kind of a sickly, bubbling noise coming from the place where they hit the wall. Let me see. That's too far. Okay. The rest of them will have to wait until the next round to be able to do that.
With him attacking me, do I get a good look at him? Can I tell what's going on?
Yeah, with him close enough, I wouldn't say it's a good look, but it's a good enough look to kind of tell that it's not really your garden variety horseback rider.
Does it look like he has armor on, or?
Hang on just one second. All 4 of them are technically around the same amount of distance away, because they're all kind of in a line with each other. So I mean, they're a little bit further, a little bit closer.
Okay.
But he is the closest. But I'm going to go ahead and say that you're close enough to see all 4 of them. The one that actually took a shot at you is this handsome gentleman right here.
He's purdy.
Mm-hmm.
Super.
You also notice that his horse does not look like a normal horse.
Yeah.
But the other riders, you are close enough to see a little bit of. One of them looks like this, and you're guessing that this might be your bugle player. He is wearing the uniform of a member of the Army of the Integrated Realms. It looks like This one is also not quite living.
Yeah, no kidding.
And the fourth one as well. So yeah, this group doesn't look like a the next boy band or anything.
Did it look like they were wearing armor?
Some of them look like they might have armor on underneath their clothes, perhaps. I'm checking their sheet real quick. Hang on. Come on now. Yeah, your guess is that they probably have armor. If they have armor, it's going to be underneath their clothes, much the way that you guys tend to wear armor. Those of you that have it. Okay. So that was actually that was what we will be referring to throughout the rest of this combat as layer actions. Iskander, right, your turn.
So upon the arrival of these handsome gentlemen, I am going to point my rod and determine that I want to shoot the bugle player in the head with 3 bolts of energy.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage.
5, 4, and 4 again.
5, 4, and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me see how that plays out here.
Let's try.
And it is force damage, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so 5, 4, and 4. He takes all of that. So that is a total of 9 points of damage on that particular one. If somebody would not mind keeping track of that for me, it would be fantastic.
I got it. 5, 4, and 4. You said it goes down to 9?
Oh, I'm sorry. 5, 4, and 4 would not be 9. Way to go. I can math. It's 13.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he takes all of it. I just did the math wrong whenever I was adding it up in my head and switching screens. Okay. So this gentleman's turn. All right. The one that was just shot by Iskander looks like he's going to attempt to return fire. Those of you inside the jailhouse that are shooting out of windows, I'm going to go ahead and say that you guys have half cover because you're shooting out of a reinforced wall, just a window at that. So he is going to point his pistol at you, and he is going to fire a shot. That only hits an armor class of 9, so that definitely misses you. So he hits the wall, not all that close to the window. But after he does so, he actually makes a kind of a dismissive gesture with his offhand, and his mount actually disappears. And he starts making his way on foot towards the front porch. Zahn, it is your turn.
I'm going to take an action to activate Mage Armor via Shadow Armor.
Okay, excellent.
And a bonus action to switch hex to this individual.
Okay. Still strength? I think it stays the same.
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, it does. It's at the casting, not at switch.
Got it. Virian, you're up.
Yeah. All right. So Miriam's been looking around at what's happening. So we have the riders revealed as more undead, correct?
The riders did what?
The riders that are riding in town are revealed to be more undead.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Taking hint from Iskander, he's going to level his Valkyrie at the bugler, and he's got a 23 to hit. If that hits.
I'm fairly certain it does. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. He's going to deal 20 damage to the bugler with his long-range rifle, and he's going to be lifting. He's going to have Minerva as a move action lift off from the jail and sort of fly upwards so that he can get a better vantage in view and be unobstructed by buildings.
Okay. Excellent.
So he's going to have her fly upwards.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. So it puts him at like 20, 36, 33, something like that. What is it? What is the total at?
That should be 34 total.
34. All right. He is still standing. He's still trucking. Okay. Varian is Skyborn once again. Mad Dog, it is your turn.
I didn't realize I was muted. They're at 23. Or he's at 23, the bugler guy.
Is it just 23?
It was, excuse me, it was 33, because the 13 and then you just did 20.
Excellent, okay.
He's going to take out his, the blue guns that he got from the sheriff.
Okay, yes.
And whichever one looks like they're the most heavily armored, he's going to start shooting at them.
Okay. They all appropriately look about the same as far as armor is concerned.
Okay. Then I'll shoot at the bugler guy, because he's the one that's getting lit up.
Okay. So you're not going to continue to fire the one that fired at you. You're going to target the one that's approaching the building, right?
Touché, sir. No, I am going to shoot at that guy.
Okay. Either way, it's fine.
No, that's definitely what Mad Dog would be doing.
Okay.
And that was the guy that had the shotgun on the horse, right?
No, it's the one that is currently showing. He's the one that fanned his
Whistles.
gun at you.
Gotcha. I'm going to shoot at whistles.
Okay.
Is he within 40 feet?
Yes, absolutely. That is what he is at.
He's going to put me at 18.
Okay, it hits.
Okay. My second attack, I'm going to use Inspiration. And it's not going to do me any good, so that's going to be a 12 on my second.
That misses, unfortunately.
Is that with him taking a tick of armor from my first shot?
It was a 12 total?
Yeah.
Yes, that will still miss.
Okay.
But yes, if you would mark him as being 1 point less
I'll try to
on his armor, and just remind me of that if and when his armor class comes up again, I would appreciate that.
So he's going to take 9 points. Nope. 13 points.
13 points, okay. And that's just normal damage, is that correct? Okay.
It is a magical weapon, but yeah, just normal damage.
Right, yeah, that's just piercing. Okay, excellent. So yeah, through this, for these guys in particular, make sure that whenever you are telling me damage, tell me what type along with it, because these guys do have certain resistances and immunities as well as vulnerabilities. So I think they have vulnerabilities. So yeah, there are things that have specific effects against them. So just make sure that you're letting me know. Okay. That was Mad Dog. He pops up, fires 2 shots from each of the guns. Bam, hits him. One of them tags him right in the shoulder, and you can see that blue-green patina kind of spreading from where you tagged him in the shoulder underneath his duster. Padre, you're up.
Okay, I'd move my spiritual weapon around a little bit, but is that guy within 20 feet of it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then I'm
which
going to...
guy? You talking about this gentleman here that's pictured, or are you talking about the cavalry-looking soldier?
I thought everyone was shooting at the bugle boy.
Everybody is shooting at Bugle Boy with the exception of Mad Dog.
Okay. I'm going to move it to Bugle Boy.
Okay.
And it's going to fly straight at him, trying to pierce him. Hopefully in the head.
All right. Go ahead and roll your attack.
I rolled a 1 again, so that failed.
Oh my gosh. Time to retire those dice for the night.
I'm going to... Yeah, I'll do that. But I'm going to use Inspiration and then to re-roll that.
Fantastic. Good plan.
Yeah. That dice also rolled 2 20s tonight, though, so...
Well, that's true.
This one rolled a 2, so it goes a 4.
Okay. Unfortunately, your spiritual weapon is just having a time of it.
Apparently.
It misses him this time.
But that is okay, because that is apparently not what I've been relying on at all. So, Sacred Flame again. So, a prayer for Luz to send down flames from the heaven one more time.
Excellent. Okay. Dexterity saving throw from him.
Save is 14. Or you take 4, 5, 6, 7 radiant damage.
He did fail, so he takes 7 points of radiant damage.
Oh, darn. I was hoping he'd have been worse against that.
That's the Bugler.
Yeah.
Puts him at 40.
Okay. Remember that. Okay. Excellent. All right.
Okay, so he has Hex on him, right?
He does, yes.
Did he get extra necrotic damage since I hit him?
He does not have Hex on him. Hex is on the one that Mad Dog is shooting at, not at the Bugler.
Oh, I thought it was on the thing that was walking towards us. So never mind.
I thought you had placed it on the Bugler as well. Okay. And I don't know if the 1d6 necrotic applies to everyone or if it's just Zon.
It's just mine.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
So that was Estevez. Okay. Let's see here. This guy. Here. This one here rides his horse up onto the front porch, and his horse rears back and actually slams into the front door with its front hooves. Okay. If someone could keep track of this as well, Mike, I appreciate it. The door has taken 10 points.
The door took 10 points?
That is correct.
Okay.
So yeah, he moved his horse where it's kind of like half on the porch, half off the porch kind of thing. And then the horse reared back and slammed both of its hooves into the door. And then he also lowers his shotgun and actually blasts the door as well near the one of the lower hinge. It takes a further 7 points of damage. So those of you who are near the front door probably, have to roll away for a second whenever this barrage happens, and it rattles in its frame. And definitely looks like it may not stand up to a whole lot more.
Is the horse facing head forward towards the door, or
Yes.
ass forward towards the door?
Head forward towards the door.
One more time.
Head towards the door.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see here. So who all was actually currently fighting? Mad Dog is somebody that he can see. Estevez has been shooting, so he can see him. Varian, he can see, but is outside of range. Zahn has been firing through the window, so we can see him. And okay, so it's everybody but Varian. I don't know that any of you are actually hurt yet. I don't think so. But you feel.
I don't think so.
But you feel an oppressiveness wash over the building and yourselves from one of the other individuals. Let me see if I can shift it over. From this individual. His eyes that are kind of glowing already burn with a brighter color, and then that sinisterness kind of washes over you. As of now, it won't have an action. It won't have an effect currently. But he also dismisses his horse and begins walking towards the jailhouse. He will be on the porch as well, stepping onto the porch on his next turn as well. The zombies that were across the street have now finally, those of that were still standing, have finally made their way to the porch. And they are beginning to slam their fists and bodies against the walls, the front wall of the jail house. So there's a constant level of noise that is incredibly unnerving for those of you inside.
The walls are made out of stone, though, right?
They are on three sides. The front side is not.
Oh, I thought they were all stone walls.
No, three of them are. Where the cells are. So the back wall and the two side walls are all made out of stone. The front wall is still made out of wood siding. Now it's pretty thick siding, but it's not impervious. Okay. This dude. Okay. We're back to this handsome gentleman here. He is going to fan another barrage from his handgun, although this time he is actually going to fan the remaining 4 bullets out of his revolver at Mad Dog. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. He cannot do that again. I'm sorry. He already took that part of his turn. So this one is just a normal attack. Because him doing that other thing is actually a layer action. So. Ooh. Actually, instead of fanning his gun, he actually produces a lasso.
Oh.
What is your armor class, all told, with your cover figured in?
19.
19.
19.
Okay. With that, he has a plus that. Okay. He got you with a 21. Okay, so he has moved probably within. Yeah, he's only about 30 feet away from you now.
Oh.
So he pulls that lasso out, twirls it around, and then throws it, and actually gets it around, like, over your head and one of your arms. So it's almost like the way a seatbelt would sit, kind of across your torso. And then he jerks on it. So go ahead and make me a strength saving throw. And you can have advantage because of your positioning and whatnot. Not advantage on... Well, no, yeah, just do advantage on the saving throw. But roll well, sir. Roll well.
Okay, as he's pulling me and it brushes on my hat, it's going to activate the lucky property of the hat.
Fantastic. Absolutely, go for it.
Oh, thank God. I rolled a 4 and then a 1, and my lucky hat got me a 16 plus 0.
Okay, so 16 total?
Yeah.
Okay, well, unfortunately, he rolled a 20
No.
on his opposed strength.
And here's a bonus.
So that lassos around you, and you try to brace yourself against the half wall. You kind of put your legs and your hand out in front of you as he jerks the knot on the lasso down so it tightens up around you, and the wood of the half wall in front of you completely collapses under its rottenness and your weight against it, and you come through the broken part of the wall and you fall into the dirt. And you take 2 points of damage from the fall, and you are currently effectively grappled by this rope.
And so I've fallen off the roof?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, you're on the ground now.
And he fell outside the building or inside the building?
Outside.
Okay, thank you.
On the ground outside. On the side of the building, but not all that far from the front. Therefore, also not all that far from the rest of the visitors. So you are certainly in dire straits, sir. Okay, that was Nick.
That was Whistles.
Yep. Okay. So, all right. We are back to layer actions. Okay, this individual here, he is the one that is currently kicking the door. He is going to attempt...
How are we back to him without the party getting a turn?
They have layer actions that happen at the beginning of the round, as well as in addition to their turns. So some of what they are doing are layer actions, and some of what they are doing are actually their turns.
I got it. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, I don't think you explained that beforehand.
No, I did not.
Well, you were calling stuff layered action stuff. But...
Yeah, but I didn't know what that meant.
Okay, so here's what happens. The one that's on the porch, he looks over to Iskander through the barred window, and he opens his mouth, and a purple essence kind of snakes out of it very quickly, almost like a snake striking, and actually hits you, and it forms what looks to be like a tether of purple, crackling, nasty energy between the two of you. That was him. We are now... since one of you has taken damage currently, the action that was taken earlier by the one that has eyes glowed stronger, I will go ahead and tell you what that does now currently. No target can regain hit points until the initiative count of 20 on the next round.
Okay.
So until we hit this layered action portion of the next round, nobody will be able to regain hit points. Any of the people that I named. Varian is outside of that, but again, so far I think Mad Dog's the only one who's taken damage.
For 20 rounds?
No. Until the segment 20 of the next round. So
I don't know what segment 20 means.
Top of the initiative order.
Yeah, effectively.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Your initiative totals. So the number that you gave me whenever you rolled initiative, I just call it segments because it's a first edition thing.
I don't get it. Just let me know when I can heal people.
Sure. Okay, so we are now at Iskander.
So I have one thing that I would maybe do, but I don't know if it would actually work or not. If I cast Mending on the door, would it repair all the damage that he's just done to it?
I would say probably not, because it would make the cantrip pretty powerful for a situation like this.
In that case, I will just peek my head out again and blast that bugle boy in the head.
Okay. You doing just one more charge?
Just one more charge.
Okay. Go ahead and roll up that damage.
4 and 4 and 2.
Okay. So a further 10 points puts him at
103. He's dead.
50 by my count.
50. Okay. Remember that. He is staggering and is not looking all that great. Okay.
Does he have a headache?
He does. He has a migraine, and it's just pissing him off. All right. So he has moved. He has been on the porch and has now moved over beside where this other gentleman is with his horse. And he actually walks up to one of the windows and stands boldly in front of it and puts his pistol basically right up to the window and is going to target Padre Estevez. I am going to say because of the bars of the cells and things like that that are between you that you'll have a quarter cover, so an additional +2 to your armor class.
Great. Do I need to roll anything?
No, he only got he only hit an armor class of 10, so I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit.
I have an armor class of 19.
Okay, so yeah, he fires into the window, and it ting off of one of the bars of the jail cell, and ricochets off into the side of the building somewhere. Zahn, it is your turn.
I'm gonna yell back, "Fix the door," and then I'm gonna open it. I'm gonna shoulder down low, and as I start standing up at the neck of the horse, I'm gonna shift into a brown bear.
Okay.
And I'm gonna attempt to topple it over backwards.
Okay. Excellent.
And I will burn a point of inspiration.
Fantastic. Let's treat that as a shove.
Okay.
So since you spent a point of inspiration, you can have advantage on that shove attack. I think it's just a normal athletics.
You make an athletics, and then they have to do an athletics or acrobatics, whichever they prefer.
Okay, excellent.
My paladin does it all the time.
And in this particular situation, since it's actually not him, instead of doing acrobatics or athletics, I'm going to do as a handle animal, if that makes sense. I think that's probably a better application of what's going on. Okay. And what was your total on your check? Zahn, I can't hear you. If you're talking
Sorry.
about...
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
21.
21. Perfect. Okay, yeah, he rolled a 2. So, so you start changing into a brown bear as you exit this door, exit the jailhouse. You start turning into a brown bear pretty much directly underneath the head of this horse. And it kind of rears back, tries to get out of the way, but it just can't. Between you and the porch roof, it just doesn't have enough space. And it rears back enough that he actually goes toppling out of the saddle onto the ground and is prone. The horse rears back enough that it actually also falls over prone, but to his side. And it begins to try to start to get up. But they are both currently prone off the porch. So your change into a bear is complete. You have them, the two of them that are prone, about another 10 feet away from you. And another 10 feet away from you to the side is the bugle boy that is shooting through the window. and then
Okay,
another
okay,
10 feet.
sorry.
Another 10 feet beyond him is the other gentleman.
Okay,
that one.
the shove that I did is an attack, correct? So I can, if I have in bear form, I have multi attack. So that only used one attacks. Is that correct or no?
Yes. Yeah. The
Okay.
shove is an attack
And then
action, but because you have multi attack, you still will have a secondary one.
Second, got it. I would like to close the distance to the bugle boy and maul him.
Okay, so you are still on the porch. So you move kind of laterally along the front of the building over to where the bugle boy is and make your attack.
Non-20.
That'll absolutely hit him.
Okay, and... 14 total points, 6 of which is necrotic, the rest of which is slashing.
Okay. He does not take any of the necrotic damage.
Okay.
So he will take 8 slashing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he takes a further 8. But I do believe that that puts him at 58, so go ahead and describe how you take this guy out.
Okay. He was on the ground. Okay, so after pushing up and over, I carry the momentum, and I kind of swipe down on him, and I just take his head clean off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unexpectedly.
So yeah, his tissue is soft and is somewhat rotted. But yeah, you have absolutely no problems taking his head with the hat still on it from his shoulders, and it kind of hits the planks of the porch with kind of a thunk, when it rolls off. Okay, he is no more. That was Zon. Varian, you're up.
Right. So Virian's noticed that the door to this place is being attacked. So he's going to, with his bonus action, cast his final spell for the day. It's going to be another Hail of Thorns. And he's going to move Minerva to swoop down and sort of take a kind of a charge action, I guess, to swoop down towards the building where there's a whole bunch of creatures attacking the door. And he's going to wait until he's 10 feet from there and unload with his shotgun, dealing a cone of 25 total damage.
Okay. What is the attack roll?
The attack,
what that does is it sets the DC.
yeah, sure. That's a 21 total attack without any penalties taken.
No, yeah, you wouldn't need to take any penalties in the current situation. So, yeah, you come down kind of in the middle of the street or whatever, right outside the porch, basically right over where this horse and rider just went down and are prone. You level your shotgun and blast several more of the zombies away from the front door, and yeah, 5 more of them go down, forming almost a heap right behind where Zon had just stepped only moments ago.
Nice.
Bad Dog, it is your turn.
Can I see the picture of Wessels again?
Yeah. There you go. Maybe. Nope. Hang on a second. Let's try that. We'll see if that works. Maybe?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, good deal. There you
go. So I'm going to try to attempt to do either an acrobatics or a sleight of hands or something like that. I want to stand up from prone or kip up if I can, and then I want to run at him to get slack in his lasso.
Okay.
and I want to run underneath his horse, and I want to place a stick of dynamite inside of the weaving of the bones of his horse.
Okay.
And then scurry away.
All right.
So it's a lot going on, so I'll burn
Yeah.
inspiration to pull off a little bit extra.
Sure. Yeah, I'm cool with that, and I appreciate it. Give me an acrobatics to get in between the legs of his horse, safely, effectively.
24.
Yeah, you're perfect. Not a problem at all. Your nimble little self just tumbles right through the space without causing any trouble. So yeah, and with the 24, you're easily able to also plant the stick of dynamite after having lit it, and you then run as quick as you can away, and then realize that you're only 20 feet away from this whenever the explosion happens.
It's okay.
Luckily, one stick of dynamite has a very, very limited blast radius. So go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
Beautiful. So it does have a dexterity saving throw of DC 12 if
Okay.
do something like that. That is...
He actually passed, and so what we'll do is we'll say that he passed basically because the horse is somewhat in between him and the blast. So he'll be taking the half from it.
So full damage is 11.
Okay, so he'll be taking 6.
So it'll put him at 19 and his horse, if we're tracking horses, has exploded because it was inside of it.
Yeah, his horse explodes into just fragments of bone and everything like that, and he kind of flies backwards and falls on his ass in the dirt, and the horse is gone. But more importantly, you also blew the lasso in half, more or less. It severed the rope. So you are still wearing part of it and trailing, like a 10-foot section, or actually it would be like a 20-foot section of it.
Okay. Yeah, Mad Dog, he's going to have to run underneath it, and then with the explosion is going to jump out into the street. So he'll land prone in the middle of the street.
Okay.
And I kind of want to look to see if there's a big horde of zombies out there too, or if that kind of got dealt with, washed away, or what.
A good portion of the zombies did definitely get washed away, but there are still plenty of them here, and they are all looking at you now. Okay, so that was Mad Dog. Estevez, it is your turn.
Okay, well, that changed a little bit what I was going to do. So my sword, my gleaming sword that is very ineffectual, will go flying towards Whistles that is sitting on the ground.
Yep, and so it has advantage.
He is prone, right? So
that is correct. So it has advantage on the attack roll.
And finally, so 12. Oh, wait. Okay, so that's 12 is my first one, and 4 is my second one. So does 12 hit?
Sadly, it does not.
Ah!
He does have affected AC.
Oh, excellent. Okay. Is it just by 1 point?
Just by 1 point, though.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to hit him. But it comes really close.
This is a very ineffectual spiritual weapon. But anyway, the Padre Estevez stands up and looks at the guy that just shot through the window and yells at him that Luz's light shall shine on you. Now run away, and I will...
The one that just shot through the window is the one that the bear just took the head off of.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just yell out through the window.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. It's one of those you shall not pass moments.
There is still the glowy eye guy that's in the same vicinity.
That's okay. This isn't hurting anyone.
Yes. Okay.
Well, no. So I'm doing channel divinity to turn undead.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
So huh?
Mad Dog likes this.
Okay, so every undead that can hear me yell that out within 30 feet of me must make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they are turned and must get away from me for a minute.
Excellent. Okay.
And they can't take reactions.
Okay, so it's a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they must get away from you and cannot take reactions.
Correct.
Okay.
For their actions, they can only use the dash action or try to escape from the effect that prevents it from moving.
So whistles passes.
Well, darn.
The guy with the glowing eyes that had just approached the front porch fails miserably. The one that had fallen with his horse. What was the DC? 14?
Yeah, I thought Whistles was the one that just fell with his horse.
He did as well. The other one was the one that the bear caused to fall.
Oh, yeah, right, sorry.
He actually passes as well.
I thought that guy died.
No, he's still alive.
No, just one of us died.
I don't think he's actually taken any damage yet.
Oh, I thought the one that the bear knocked over was the one that died.
No, that was the cavalry, the bugle boy that was standing on the porch.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, the zombies failed.
Nice.
Wholesale.
Padre.
Do you have a thing that if you're so many levels higher than it passes, it toasts them or anything like that?
No, it doesn't kill them yet. It just turns them.
Okay. All right. So that was a fairly effectual turn undead.
So the Padre will yell out, "Only attack those that aren't running right now."
Excellent. Okay. This dude here, the one that had fallen, he is undamaged. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The only ones that are damaged were Bugle, which died, and Whistles. I guess.
Okay.
Unless his horse fell on him, and then he has that damage.
Okay. He and his horse both stand up, but as his horse is standing up, he actually kind of waves his hand over the horse's body, and it disappears in fire. He walks back up onto the porch, and delivers a kick to the front door.
Isn't the front door still open?
That's true. Nobody actually did close it.
Did he have to pass the door, like attack of opportunity wise?
No. There's actually what would effectuate a 5-foot square between where you're currently standing and the door. But he actually also.
So he is technically engaged in melee with me currently, though.
No, there is a 5-foot space between you currently.
Okay.
Because he is standing directly in front of the door. There's a 5-foot space, and then where you are, and then beyond you is where the window and the guy that you just killed was.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So he walks up to the door and plants the heel of his boot to the front, to right inside of where the knob is, and the door, only having been somewhat pulled closed, and also having taken some significant damage at this point, completely flies open. And he walks inside.
I'm gonna growl at him.
Iskander and Estevez, you guys are both inside the cell.
Yeah, but I think he can only see me because I think Skull is hiding in a fake box.
Not currently, if he's been shooting out the window.
No, yeah, I put the fixed box in the corner and put the girl in it.
Yeah,
and then I moved over to the window.
Okay, I thought you were going back and forth from it.
I was going to this round, actually, but now I can't.
So he steps into the jailhouse, and he begins crossing the room to the front door of the cell. Did you guys actually lock yourselves in?
Yes, I did.
Excellent. Perfect. He grabs the door of the jail cell with his rotting hand and tries pulling it off of the hinges, but to no avail. So instead, he's going to point his pistol at Padre Estevez and will shoot at him. A 19 to hit.
I have a 19. Does that hit me?
It will, yes.
Then I will.
Does he have any cover from the bars?
Not currently, because he is literally sticking his gun like pretty much through the bar.
Well,
It's okay. It's okay, because I will just stand there with my arms out out wide and let my faith protect me, and my armor class goes up 5. So.
Very nicely done. Okay, so yes, your radiant, a radiance kind of washes over your body, originating from your heart and kind of radiating out over your body as he fires the shot, which deflects the bullet off of you and into the wall of the place. He seethes with like raging fire inside of his skull-like face. Okay. He is not currently damaged. We already covered that. Okay. There is a lot more of these lesser creatures, the zombies, that are kind of starting to make their way onto this street and or make their way towards the jail cell.
I hope they all ran away.
Yeah, did all the zombies
fail?
Yes.
Sorry, yes. That is correct.
Well, I mean, they only have to run 30 feet away from me.
Right. It would have just been the ones that could see his holy symbol and hear him. I think. So if there were ones around the corner, those could be the ones you're describing.
Yeah, and it's only out to 30 feet from you. Is that right?
Right. Well.
So once they get away from you, they're not effective anymore, or
they have to stay 30 feet away from me. Like they can't.
I see. Okay.
They can't get closer to 30 feet than me for a minute.
The spell is effective out to 60 feet, I think, if I remember correctly.
Let me look real quick.
But yeah, it forces them away 30 feet so that they can't get back without a dash when the effect ends. But I think it has a 60 feet on cast range. But again, double check that.
Well, when I used my channel divinity, everything within 30 feet of me had to do it. So.
Okay. So the ones that I was currently describing are ones that are from outside that range as well. So they are continuing to move towards the building. They are by no means close to it, but they are moving closer to. So there's this dude's turn. So we are now this guy's turn, and he is on the porch. So he is only about 5 feet away from
Didn't one of those guys fail the thing? Which one failed?
I think Skull did. That guy.
Actually, I think it was this guy right here.
Yeah, no, it was this guy. You're right. Fantastic. So yeah, he actually has turned away from the bear and the padre and actually runs off of the porch and puts his fingers in his toothy grin and actually makes somehow a piercing whistle noise. And beside him, his mount comes back into existence, and he swings his leg up over it and starts to ride back northward. Okay, fantastic. So, okay, the zombies that were close, that were up on the porch, beating on the front door, and that were now going to start pouring in through the open door behind one of these other guys, are now fearful and turn and start to flee as well, as fast as their shambling, shuffling legs will carry them. Let's see. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and say that Mad Dog is actually just on the outer fringe of where Estevez had done this. So as of right now, none of them are actually willing to directly approach Mad Dog, although you are within probably striking distance of several of them as they're running past you.
I just let them run.
Okay. This guy. Nope. That dude, handsome. Is still prone on the ground. He did pass. He is damaged. Is that correct? Oh, but you just dealt fire damage to him with your dynamite. Is that
Yeah,
right?
he's at 19.
But the dynamite does fire damage.
Fire or explosive. I don't have that labeled.
Okay. I would imagine it would be.
Well, there's not really an explosive damage, so yeah, I would say
Yeah.
fire.
I would guess a mixture of fire and force damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fire,
there you
force.
go. Fire force.
Yeah, force and fire. Yeah, that works. Okay. So he stands up from prone, and he is actually going to come over to you, and he is going to attempt to grapple you. So he makes an athletics check.
Okay, yep.
And then you make an acrobatics or athletics, whichever you would prefer.
That'll put me acrobatics a non-20.
Ooh, excellent. Okay. So he reaches out and tries to grab a hold of you, but you're just too nimble. You duck and dodge out of the way, but he actually does manage to grab a hold of the end of that lasso tether.
I was really hoping that's what you were going to do. That's awesome.
So yeah, he kind of, after he fails to grasp a hold of you, he kind of reaches down and digs that up out of the dust and the dirt and grabs both of his festering hands and wraps those around it, and he's starting to grip it and hold on for dear life. And then he also puts his middle finger and thumb into his lips and whistles, and the bones that had blasted apart slowly start to roll across the ground and recoalesce back into a horse shape. Okay, we are back to layer actions. So, since we're with this dude, we'll go ahead and handle his first. Let's see what happens with him. Did he end up firing? He didn't end up firing the other four bullets he had in his revolver, did he? No, because he did the lasso. Let's see. Well, he's not going to be able to fan his gun and still hold on to the lasso at the same time. So he's going to have to bypass doing that. Okay, yeah, he's not able to do that. Oh, one thing I did forget, though, however. You are within 5 feet of him currently, and you need to make a Constitution save.
Oh god.
Oh, that's Mike's favorite.
I rolled typical Michael rolling a con save. I rolled a 2, so I'm gonna burn an inspiration to reroll.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
And then I rolled a 6, so I'm gonna use my lucky hat. So I get 17 plus 2, 19.
Woo! Okay, good. You passed. So you will take half of 2 points. So you take 1 point of necrotic damage. This guy, like especially the hole that you put in him, both he has like parts of his horse, the bones and stuff that are actually sticking up like from beneath his chest, like where the horse exploded. So like it sent bone shrapnel like into his chest, like from underneath, and the insides of his thighs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so from the holes that are made from where those were, but the bones have been pulling themselves out to rebuild his horse, as well as the hole that you put in him with your patina pistol, there is kind of a green, like foggy gas type stuff that is leaking out of this guy. and that's what you were saving against. Okay, so that was that dude's. Let's see who we still got. He is scared and running, so he is not going to be doing his. This guy is still around, so he. Oh, okay. So the tether that was connecting him with Zahn seems to start to fizzle out or fade away. But you can see that as he's laying on his back, still prone, he looks towards that and opens his mouth and actually exhales, and it's almost like he breathes.
Whoa. He went inside the jail cell.
Yeah, he just shot at me.
Oh, excellent. Okay. So yeah, he's not prone. Sorry. So yeah, he's inside the jailhouse, but the tether is actually still connected, even though it's going through walls. But it has since started to fizzle, and he's facing Padre Estevez. He's been shooting through the bars trying to get at him, but he turns in the direction of Zahn where the tether is leading off, and opens his mouth and exhales, and the tether seems to revivify. It re-strengthens itself.
I'm confused. What is this tether? I might have missed that earlier.
It's like a purple crackling line of energy that is going from him to Zahn through the walls.
Okay.
Okay. Has he taken damage? Is he still undamaged?
He is fresh.
Okay.
Him and the guy that's running are both fresh.
Okay. And the other guy was recently damaged with fire. Okay, cool. Iskander.
19.
Iskander, it is your turn.
Great. I move away from Father Estevez, just in case the guy's... Does he have a shotgun? It looks like he has a shotgun.
He does in the picture. Well, yeah, we'll say he's got one on his back.
Great, yeah, so I don't want to be in a spot where he can shoot both of us, but I also don't want to be where he'll accidentally shoot the box, so I move somewhere good. I don't have a layout to tell you where I am. But
yeah, you find yourself a spot that you feel is spread out enough.
Right, great, perfect. And then I'm going to pop 3 of the charges on my wand gun, leaving only 1 charge left at him, and then I will put the wand gun back in my bag.
Okay. Yeah, I think that ends up being 5 or 6 charges from it.
It will be 5.
Okay, excellent. So you get 5 missiles?
Yeah, I spent 3. No, I spent 4, so yeah, I get 7?
It starts at 3, and then you get 1 additional per.
Yeah, right, and I don't know how to math. I just spent 4 charges, so I get 6.
You can spend up to 3 at a time per shot.
Then I will only spend 3.
Okay, so you've got 5 missiles heading this guy, and go ahead and roll those out. 5d4 plus 5.
2, 5, 3, 4, and 2 again. Let's see, 2, 5, 3.
I think it was 16 as you were going.
Yep, 16. That's what I count to.
Excellent. Okay. So yeah, the 5 missiles go sailing out of the end of this magic missile rifle thing, and zoom unerringly between the metal bars, and tag this guy 5 times, just bah, 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 bah. And he staggers back a little bit, and it definitely has singed him, burned him, put some craters in him, but he definitely doesn't seem like he's done. Okay, that was Iskander. Zahn, it is your turn.
Okay, of the 2, which appears to be a greater source of danger to the party? Mad Dog being tied up with the one that he's scuffling with, or the one that stepped inside?
Well, the one that stepped inside is threatening 2 of your party members. Well, 3 if you count Mother Amma. But he does have a jail cell between them and himself. Mad Dog is the only one that's being threatened by the other guy currently, but he is also tethered by
But he's tied up.
Right, a portion of lasso, and he's got a hold of the other end of it.
Got it. I'm going to come up behind the one that is tethering with Mad Dog.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm going to attempt to... I'm going to multi-attack both claws, the second of which I want to grapple.
Okay.
Which... and let's see what happens there. The first one is 11.
That will miss.
And the grapple attempt... 24.
Will absolutely hit.
On my athletics.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, athletics. Yeah. He rolled a 2.
Swipe at him, and then I want to just bear hug him.
Right. So yeah, you drop to all fours after having taken the head off of this previous guy, and go trouncing over the rest of the porch, off the porch, and across the shorter distance of ground that separates you from this other individual. Rear back up on your hind legs and take a swipe, over which he ducks. But with him ducking, your second one just goes right around the front of him and grabs a hold of him bodily and pulls him back towards your chest.
My speed, as in bear form, is naturally 40, so hopefully that was enough to cover the distance.
Absolutely, and then some. So you're good.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Virion. You're not really privy to what's going on inside the jailhouse. However, you definitely see this scuffle that has developed outside with Mad Dog, one of these individuals, and now a bear.
All right. Is there going to be a penalty for attacking in the melee?
No. They dealt away with that, which is fantastic.
Okay. That's fine. That's good enough. 24. So he has his shotgun out. Is there? Can he catch a group of them in his cone right now?
Who are you trying to attack with it?
He'd like to hit the one that's tussling with Mad Dog, but not hit Mad Dog, obviously.
It would be impossible to fire a shotgun that way to hit him because Zahn is currently grappled with him. So you would hit Zahn as well, if not Mad Dog also.
Sure. He'll take out his Valkyrie then. And he'll be doing 18 damage to the person grappling at Mad Dog.
18 damage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that put his total at, Mike? You're muted, brother.
Yeah, I was trying to. Okay. He was at 19, so I put him at 37.
Okay, excellent. Remember that. So yeah, Valkyrie sounds out and puts a rather large hole in this guy's leg. It's kind of sticking out a little bit as he's struggling against Zahn's bare strength. It literally just hits, about 6 inches above his right kneecap. And it just blows a massive hole in his leg.
That'll do
it. Let's see. Mad Dog, you're up.
So he's being grappled by the bear, and he just got shot.
Correct. He does, as of now at least, still have a hold of that rope, that lasso.
Okay. He's going to stow his guns, and he's going to pull out his rapier, and then he's going to go over and stab. Are they grappled on the ground, or is he just holding him, or?
Currently, the way I had envisioned it, he's kind of standing up behind him.
Like a bear hug?
Yeah, bear hugging him up against his chest.
Okay. Yeah, I'll attack with a jab up, like almost like an uppercut. Just that way, if I pierce all the way through him, I won't hit the bear. So that's what I'm going to attempt to do. And since he's grappled, I have advantage. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe that is the case. Basically, the way I kind of picture it, at least, is you would have advantage, except that one of your friends is also tussled with him, so you would have disadvantage for that. So it's kind of a wash.
Okay.
But if you feel like you need it, you absolutely can spend a point of inspiration if you'd like.
Nah.
And I think you have one charge on your lucky hat left.
Yeah, I have one left for the day. But I rolled a 18 plus my 24 total to hit.
24 will absolutely hit.
And that'll do an extra 6 points of piercing damage.
6 points of piercing?
Yeah, so that'll put it at 43.
Okay. Remember that. And one thing that I forgot, and this is terrible on my part, I apologize. How much damage was dealt to the guy that's inside again?
16.
Okay. He has actually only taken 8. Zahn, you took the other 8 of that.
Got it. I was wondering what that was doing.
God damn it. I knew it. I knew that's what it was.
That was my fault. I completely forgot about including that whenever that happened.
We don't know that, though, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. There's nothing visual that happens along with that, so other than the tether itself.
Well, and you couldn't see Zan outside wincing or anything like that either.
Right.
Sorry, what's going to happen on my turn, Zon?
Oh, no.
No worries. It's all temporary hit points anyway.
All right. That was Mad Dog that just went. Estevez, it is your turn.
Okay, well, I can't see what's going on outside, so my spiritual weapon is going to swing around and try to stab this guy in the back.
Outside?
Like,
or he's coming into the jailhouse?
Right, it's coming into the jailhouse.
Okay, excellent.
And a 10 doesn't hit. I hate the spiritual weapon.
No, it sadly will not.
Okay, that's okay then, because I see it misses, and I will stare at this guy and say, "Lose shall smite you," and a light comes down from the heavens and tries to touch on this guy, and I'm casting Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
As a second level spell. So
is it an attack roll or a saving throw?
It is an attack roll. It is a ranged attack roll, so this will probably miss too. Hopefully. I'm going to spend inspiration.
Okay.
I suck at rolling attack rolls today. It missed.
Oh, no. Okay. So yeah, it actually beams down, but he actually kind of throws his hand up and almost like dismisses it, and it kind of scatters into separate little rays that almost like hitting an umbrella above him. It just kind of parts ways and ineffectually comes down.
Why not attack?
And he looks at you and says, "Not here." Okay, so it is.
Wait, when I make a ranged attack, do I use my dexterity or I use my wisdom modifier? Well, it wouldn't matter because I rolled a 1 and a 2, so never mind.
Your spellcaster modifier for spells.
Well, I still miss. I still miss.
Okay, so it is Homeboy's turn here. And he is the one that is inside.
And I just tried to attack him, so he's probably angry at me.
You just tried to attack him? Okay, yeah. He will switch to the shotgun. Because of the bars, he can only get into what is with the medium range. But he will level it at Estevez. He seems to only have eyes for you, Estevez. And he blasts away with his shot.
And I make a dex roll?
That is correct. Yeah, it'll be a dexterity saving throw. And okay. And so I've got the DC.
My dice fell off. 13. I don't know.
Okay, no, that is not good enough to beat his attack roll, or his, basically the DC that he set with the attack roll. Full damage will be 7 points.
Is it just regular?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. No, not total 7. That's just his die roll. Add an additional 2 points to that, so 9 total. And it is piercing.
But it's non-magical, right?
It is non-magical, yes.
So it's 9 total?
Yes.
Okay, so it only does 6 to me.
Oh, nice. You have heavy weapon master?
Yes, or heavy armor master.
Heavy armor master, that's what I meant, sorry. Yeah, that's awesome. Fantastic. Okay. So yeah, he levels his shotgun and blasts, but luckily you're training with your heavy armor. You put kind of the more stout part of your armor towards him, and it helps prevent some of it. He has damage on him. That is correct. And so far, the only damage that's done to him has been magic missile.
Yeah, he's got damage on him, but
8.
part of it.
Okay. He heals 5 points.
He has 3.
Far zombies.
5 points?
No. The far zombies are starting to get closer. They are now have turned their attention towards where Zahn and Mad Dog are, and will be there on their next turn. Other dude, I think, is still feared. So yes, he is continuing to flee on his horse. And so are the zombies that were close whenever Estevez did his turning. So they turn or they continue to flee as fast as their little legs can carry them.
Can I heal again yet?
Yeah, because this guy's not here. You can heal the whole time.
Okay. I was just curious.
Go.
Do what now? Sorry?
The healing thing was this guy was preventing healing and he ran away, so we can heal normally?
Yes, that is correct. Well, it only lasts basically until the 20 count comes again. And the 20 count will come again before your turn. And he won't be here to renew it, so yes, that is the case.
Okay.
Okay, the one that is currently grappled, it is his turn. Okay. So he is going to actually let go of the tether that that Mad Dog that he has on Mad Dog, the lasso. He's going to let it go, and he's going to attempt to fire his revolver into Zahn. So it's a light weapon, so I believe that he can do so while grappled, but he'll be at disadvantage.
I'm going to use my reaction to activate the ability of my...
And you can do that in animal form, is that correct?
I still have the effect of the stuff that I'm wearing, it just is not visible. So
Perfect.
That's your call, but as I understand it...
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
I think shifting, you actually get to choose if you want the stuff that you're wearing to still be on you in animal form.
Okay, yeah, I'm totally fine with that.
Cool, then yes, I would definitely be a duster-wearing bear.
Well, we'll just say that the effects of it are active. It doesn't.
Yeah, fair enough.
It doesn't have to be appearing on you.
17 is my AC.
Yeah. So yeah, he turns the gun and tries to fire at you, but it just goes straight up into the air, just shoots off into the sky. Okay. Okay, so we are back around to layer actions. Right. So we'll go ahead and handle his first again, since he's so close. That was the third bullet from his gun. He will actually now attempt to fan his pistol, he's going to actually go ahead and use the other 3 bullets that are in his gun.
How is he supposed to fan with his arms tied against his chest?
With disadvantage. So, the first one I'm pretty sure was going to miss. It's AC of 10, yeah. The second one, not even close to that. And the third one, a 14, which I believe is still a miss.
17 is the AC.
Yes, sir. Okay. So he missed you with those 3 additional shots. These ones coming out with the same kind of green twirling energy that's coming out. Oh, damn it. I forgot again. You're 5 feet away from him. You need to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please. That's cool that it even happens with his turn. That's fine. Or his legendary action.
A 12.
Okay. So you failed. So the gases that are coming out of his wounds and from his gun and whatnot, you actually apparently just take a deep breath at some point, and some of it goes into your nostrils, and you breathe it in. You are... Where is it?
In bear form I have keen smell, so I would have probably even done that at disadvantage, but I failed anyway, so...
Oh, no, it's good. Okay, so you take 6 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
And you need to mark yourself as being poisoned. I don't know exactly what that condition does. It's in Appendix A of the book.
Yep, I'll pull it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And I need to know if anybody comes within 5 feet of you.
I think it's just disadvantage on attack rolls and stuff.
He's within 5 feet of me.
Yes, and anybody other than him.
Just checking.
Okay. So let's see. That was him. The other dude is running, so he absolutely will not be able to do anything. The guy with the tether already has his activated. It would be starting to fizzle. So he is actually going to let it fizzle out, and whenever he renews it, he is going to renew it to Padre Estevez. So now,
is there any way to defeat that, or that's just automatic?
It's unfortunately, layer actions are kind of an automatic thing a lot of the time. So this is a no saving throw kind of situation.
Okay.
But that is layer actions.
On the bright side, you'll know when it happens now.
That's true. We are back to Iskander.
Great. Well, not knowing what this thing does, is the thing out already? Is it renewed?
What's that? The tether? The purple thing? Yes, he just renewed it.
Okay, and he renewed it on,
Padre Estevez.
Well, not knowing what that does, I am still going to pull out my shotgun now and shoot him, with it.
Are you shooting from where you're at, kind of against the back wall, or are you going to get closer?
Well, I'm going to use a slug, not the buckshot.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
I pretty much only load slugs.
Got it.
So I'm going to shoot him. Ooh, good. Okay. 21 to hit.
That absolutely hits.
Figured it would. Let's see, 6 and 4 is 10, and 4 more is 14. Oh, and 6 more is 20. 21 bullet time damage.
And he was wounded already, I believe, so...
Yeah, he only had 3 points, though, because he healed for 5, right?
Yeah, he has 3 right now.
So it's 24 total?
But he's going to share half of it with...
Oh, yes, absolutely, thank you. So yeah, he takes 12 points of that. And Padre Estevez, you take the other 12.
No, I only did 21 just now. He already had 3.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, thank you. So, 21 points. So he takes 11 points. Padre Estevez, you take 10.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
I will yell out, that hurt me too.
Yeah, you're probably actually even bleeding from a wound that just appeared out of nowhere.
Luz, protect me.
Okay, that was Iskander. Zahn, it is your turn.
You said me?
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
you broke up a bit. Okay.
Sorry, yeah, it's you.
I am going to, keeping him grappled, I'm going to attempt to just roll back onto my back.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
So that he is effectively grappled and we're both prone.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and roll another round of grapples, or opposed athletics, acrobatics, however they need to do, just to see how this plays out.
I'm at a disadvantage for that because it's an ability check and I'm poisoned. So it is 17.
Yeah, he rolled a 2 again, so yeah, he's absolutely still tied up within your arms. It's sweet.
Can
I
I
think you can still do something.
I was gonna say, yeah, with my second, can I scratch at him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna claw at him. Also at a disadvantage. Can I burn inspiration to cancel disadvantage? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's yeah, absolutely. I'm cool with that. It doesn't count as advantage though, so it's just a singular roll.
Yeah, fair enough. So then that would be 22.
Yep, that absolutely makes contact with him.
Okay, so 11 points of slashing damage, and I know he doesn't take it, but 3 points of necrotic.
Okay. Yeah, he does. Yeah, you kind of get him in a position where you are able to rake your claw against him, and you rend him open a bit.
How much?
11, I believe, is what it was.
So that was 54.
54. Okay. Yeah, he's not looking real good. He's leaking this green gas like all over the place. Right.
I'm a little grossed out.
Varian, it is your turn.
So Varian's going to steady Minerva and take another shot at the one everybody's been shooting at, the one on you can see right there.
Okay, the one that's on the ground grappled with the bear?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And
go for it.
20 points of damage.
What was your to hit? Your attack roll?
18.
Okay, yeah, you absolutely hit him. And it was 20-something points?
Yep, 20 points.
Okay, go ahead and tell me how you pop this guy.
This is, let's have a description of what he looks like first.
That's the picture of him right there.
Oh, man.
On my thing.
Well,
he's leaking green gas, like glowing green gas all over the place.
Yeah, seeing that this guy is really trying to grapple and has just been flipped on his back, seeing that his head is temporarily available, he pauses in urging Minerva to continue moving and just kind of casually levels his gun and shoots it right between the eyes, popping a hole right there, and it's in between those glowing orange orbs, making
Excellent.
a nice green orb to accompany them.
Yeah. So yeah, you drill this guy right in the head, and Zahn and Mad Dog, as you guys are both kind of still wrestling with this guy, his head just pops, it explodes, and this green gas pours out of him almost like dry ice smoke, just like pouring out of his skull, and starts kind of dissipating across the street and stuff. Excellent. Mad Dog, it is now your turn. You have zombies that are closing with you.
Yeah. So he's going to yell out that they're coming, we need to get out of here. And then he's going to hold his breath and run through the green gas.
Okay.
He's going to take his cunning action to dash.
Okay.
And then he wants to run and then do like a running jump, like two-footed kick to the back of the guy that's in front of the bars.
Okay, so you're going to run back inside?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, because you took your dash action, you absolutely have enough movement to do that. And because you took a dash action through the cloud of gas, you won't have to worry about making a saving throw.
Okay.
You just move fast enough to be able to not have to do so. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Being behind him, and I don't know if he's engaged. I don't know if I have advantage.
Yeah, you absolutely do.
Ooh, I rolled a critical anyway on my first one.
Okay.
But since I did have advantage, that I get my sneak attack damage.
That is correct. That is correct, and that does go into critical damage.
Yes.
Okay, I think if you kill me, the other zombies are coming back, though. Just so you know.
Oh, I see. I didn't even know you were tethered. I forgot about that. Doesn't matter.
You don't know what it does anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what it does anyway. So I have my sneak attack here. How much does my kick damage deal?
You're a halfling. Let's call it a D4 plus strength if you've got any.
I don't.
And then just a D4.
$17 points of critical damage.
That's with everything doubled up?
Yeah, that's rolling all the dice twice.
Okay. So he takes 9 points of that, and Padre Estevez takes 8 points of that. As Padre Estevez is kind of thrown against the back wall and feels this compression like hit him square in the chest.
And I again yell out, "It hurts me too!"
So what does that put his total at?
23.
Okay, remember that. All right. Estevez, it is your turn.
I have 7 left, if that...
So, yeah, you're hurting pretty bad.
I am. Before, when we'd done this, you'd let me cast a regular spell when I did a bonus spell to heal. Are you still going to let me do that? Or
one of your spells is called Healing Word, which is
right.
a bonus action, and you can cast that and another spell in addition.
Okay, so that's not what you're allowed to in Raw, but
yes,
you're going to let me do that.
That is correct.
Then I am going to cast blindness on this guy first.
Okay.
And he has to make a Constitution saving throw, or he's blind.
Oh, DC of 14?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see what he's got as far as his numbers go, because he rolled a 14 on the die. And so Wisdom?
It's Constitution.
Constitution. Okay. Okay, well then, yes, he passed.
Shoot. Is he the one that's hexed?
Hex was on Strength.
Okay.
This is not going my day. Okay, and then I am going to cast Healing Word on myself.
Yeah, okay. It would have been embarrassing if you blinded yourself anyway, so it's probably better off.
Well, better, as long as he is too. I don't care. Hold on. When I was getting hurt, did I get to negate any of that from my? Probably not from my heavy armor master.
No, not in this instance.
Okay. So. I healed 9. Does he heal any?
He does not take any healing. However, he takes 9 points of damage.
Oh, that's good.
He looks down surprisingly at the tether between you, and then looks back up at you and says, "Nasty." So, I believe it is him that goes next. It is him that goes next. He is going to use the second barrel from his shotgun And let's see, man. God. Okay, he's going to. After that, you're going to need another dexterity saving throw. Okay. You're muted, by the way.
This one's good. Hold on. 18.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, you absolutely passed. But you will be taking half of, it is 7 and 3, 10, so you take 5 points of damage.
Well, does he hurt himself some too?
No, he does not.
Mean tether.
Okay. So that was him. Okay. There are now zombies that have closed with Zon. Oh, okay, there are 4 of them that have managed to close with him. You are still...
14.
Yes, and you are still prone, unfortunately. Is that correct?
Yes, I am on my back.
Okay. So AC of 14. Let's see what they can do here. All right.
Because they're clawing and biting, yes? They're not attacking with metal weapons.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it's all natural weapon stuff.
Yep.
15 on the first one? I don't believe that's good enough.
That hits. 14 is AC.
Oh, okay. So, yes, the first one hits with a 3. So it's a slam. So, okay, 8 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
I think your AC changes shifted. You might want to double check.
It does.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, the second one hit, and it's another slam. Come on now. Boy, man, for another 7 points of bludgeoning.
Okay.
Oh, good lord. Okay, it's a 17, so that's a third one that hits. This one, however, is a bite. You take 1 point of damage, and you're going to need a Constitution saving throw.
Okie dokie.
Oh,
21 on the Constitution saving throw.
okay, excellent. You passed on the Constitution saving throw. The fourth one also hit, and dealt 5 more bludgeoning points of damage.
Okay.
So for those of you that can see Zon, probably just Virian at this point, you see he's getting almost swarmed by these zombies.
I am a bloody bear mess.
Yeah, they're starting to tear into him. Something fierce. That was those. This other guy is still running, so I'm actually just going to take him out of the combat. And then those guys are also... Okay. We're back to layer actions. The only one that is still kicking that gets one of those is going to renew his tether to Padre Estevez.
Even after he got hurt by healing? What?
You know what? That's a great point. Take a point of inspiration.
All right.
He actually will. We'll see if he's going to go after Iskander or after Mad Dog.
I missed that damage from the healing. How much did he take from that?
9 points.
9. Yeah. 9 points. Yeah. And then apparently he is going after Iskander with this now. So the tether is now attached to Iskander.
32.
Okay. So that was layer actions. Iskander, it is your turn.
Heal Iskander.
Well, the good news is one of the many items I put on my list of items to get when the game started was enough stuff to pretend to be a holy man. So I actually have 3 vials of holy water in my pouch, and I am going to grab one and throw it at him.
Excellent. Okay. So give me your dexterity attack with that then.
Great.
I think grenade weapons have like a 20-60 range, so you'll probably have to step a little closer to him to not take a disadvantage on that.
Okay. I'll get however close I need to be.
Sure.
Like,
It's pretty much just like a 5-foot step, and you're good.
Okay. I'll just get close enough and I'll throw it at him.
Excellent.
I'll spend a point of inspiration.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. 18 plus 2. I assume I don't have my proficiency with this.
No, that is correct.
Then a 20. Not natural, just a regular one.
Okay. That is absolutely good enough to hit. Okay. So, holy water normally undead deals damage to undead with a D6, 2D4, something like that.
I honestly have no idea. I bought it just to pretend to be a holy man.
I think it's 2d4 out of the book.
I'll look it up in the book real quick. Let's see here. Holy water is 2d6 normally. Okay, so you can roll 2d8.
Excellent. 7 and 3 is 10.
Okay, so he takes all 10 of that damage, and you don't take any of it.
Good, that's what I was expecting.
So yeah, your vial comes flying out of your hand and actually, slams into the bar right in front of his face and just sprays glass and water all into the front of him and his face, and he just starts screaming and sizzling and smoking. However, he is still not down. But he is making a god-awful racket, absolutely.
Can I use an action to throw a bottle of it to somebody to use? If I could just pass one to Father Estevez?
I have a canteen. I have a canteen of it.
You have a canteen of it? That should be next to the lady, though.
I gathered it all up.
Oh, okay.
He did say that earlier, that he grabbed her stuff and put it on for the battle. So yeah, you could probably use your bonus action to get it ready, but somebody else would basically have to, take their bonus action to catch it or take it from you or something. So it would be kind of a straddled action.
I mean, if he has the canteen, he can just use that.
Yep, that is also correct. So, Zahn, it is your turn.
Okay. Ignoring all rationality, I am going to stand up from prone and push my way deeper into the thrall of the undead. I'm going to attempt to position myself where I am surrounded on all sides within 10 feet.
Okay.
So push deep enough that there's 10 feet of them behind me as well as 10 feet in front, and then hopefully there's enough of them that there are 10 feet on either side. So I presume I take some attacks of opportunity with that.
That is correct. Let's see here. One of them rolled a 1, so he definitely missed. That's a second 1, so he missed. And 9 total misses. And 8 misses. So yeah, you're good.
Excellent.
They're apparently like targets that are lying down.
Yeah. Once I am in the center of them, I'm going to drop my bear form and go back to my normal form and cast Arms of Hadar.
Excellent. Okay.
Dark tendrils of dark energy erupt from me and batter all creatures within 10 feet of me. Each creature must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, takes 2d6 necrotic damage and cannot take reactions until its next turn. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage but suffers no other effects.
Okay. They absolutely failed.
Okay.
Do they take necrotic damage?
9 points of necrotic if they take it, and they cannot take reactions.
I think the normal zombies were.
Okay. Let me see here. They can take necrotic. But how much was the damage total? 9?
9.
Okay. However, it will bash them about and keep them busy, but it will not be enough to kill them.
Okay. I'm going to use they don't take reactions effect to get the F out of dodge.
Okay. So that was so it was about 10 feet to stand up and 10 feet to move to where your current location is. So that's 20.
So actually, yeah, never mind. I'll stay where I am because I'm effectively no better off or worse off than, and I can do that again next turn. So I'm good where I am.
Okay, excellent. So that was Zon. Varian. It is Varian's turn.
All right. So seeing the supposed mayor besieged, he's going to be a little perturbed at this, and he's going to try to ride down and rescue this guy if he can.
Okay.
So what would the actions required be to sort of swoop down and snatch him up?
Not a problem swooping down to him at all. And Minerva basically will be able to grasp him in her claws if he is willing to allow her to do so.
Yeah.
He is more than willing to allow that.
Perfect.
He was expecting some death.
Perfect. Okay. So your leather-winged savior comes down out of the heavens and scoops you up in taloned feet and rises you up into the air away from certain demise.
I'm going to scream out a nice hearty woohoo!
And let's deposit them on top of the jail.
Okay. Yeah. So you're moving that direction currently.
Right.
All right. So that does Varian. Mad Dog, you're up.
Mad Dog is going to stand up from prone.
Okay.
And then he's going to take out his blue pistols again.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to shoot him twice in the back. Because I'm not above such things.
Fantastic. He is not technically flanked at this point, so you.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So 19, 6, 25.
That absolutely hits.
So that deals 14 points.
Okay. He will take 7 of that. Iskander, you take the other 7 of that. But his armor class is now lessened by 1. Not Iskander's. This dude.
Puts him at 49.
Okay. Remember that.
My second attack is going to be 1 less than that, so 24.
Yep, absolutely.
And then
his armor is now at 2 penalty.
Another 11 points from there.
Okay, so he will take 6, and Iskander will take 5.
That puts him at 55.
Okay. Tell me how you take this guy down with your 2 bullets.
So he's actually going to just stay on his back from having ran and then foot planted on his back.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll draw his 2 weapons and then shoot him in the back twice, causing him to be pushed forward. And his arms and head are going to catch in the jail cell bars. He's just going to hang there in the bars.
Nice. Yeah, still sizzling and smoking from the holy water that had burned into his face and front half. The tether fades, as does the unnatural life that he had. And you hear and see the zombies outside immediately start falling back towards the north end of town. And within several minutes, unless anybody is going to do anything else, they actually fade from the streets.
Did the skull guy go totally away? I mean, he only had to go 30 feet away.
He did retreat. He went completely away.
Okay.
That was both in essence of time and also because it felt thematically appropriate. So his people just got thoroughly trounced. So okay. I apologize, guys. We ran almost an hour over again. Sorry about that. But I think we're going to go ahead and end it there for today. So is there anything immediately that anybody wants to take care of before we sign off?
Like looting?
We can take care of that kind of stuff off air.
Okay.
Sounds good.
No, I think we're good.
Excellent. Okay, then. For anybody who happens to be tuning in and watching, thank you very much for giving us your time. I hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, may your dice always roll high and your snacks always be within reach.